Boom! Are we loud and clear, are we? Bloody Mike is in the way of the chat. I couldn't see the chat. Oi, oi, tap there. How you doing, mate? How you doing? I see it's all gone wrong over there. What happened to the good old decent political streams? Where did all the political streams go? I've got to do over where? Over Village and all. Village, dupes. What's happening? Ghost. It's all fall out amongst each other again. Let's get that link in. Peggy in the house first, followed by Michael, followed by Taffy. And then we got a few ghosters. Good evening, ghosters. How are you all doing? Yeah, lefties and fannies and egos. Oi, Blunt. How you doing, my fellow Goyim? My YouTube stalker. Oi, Jimmy. My YouTube stalker just went on an 8-hour rant, putting a fake clone of me in her chat. She attacked multiple people for 8 hours. Nuts. Oh, name and shame, Peggy. Name and shame. Oh, Jimmy.
Oi, oi.
Oi.
I'm trying to get hold of Nathan and his but I can't see the link going out. But he's talking about a boxing match with Ray Vega. I was just wondering if it would be in a ring, and if the ring would be made out of ginger in a boxing
Ginger ring,
ring.
Well, I did type in the chat earlier saying, if Babs was fucking sticking up for you and taking the mickey
I
out of
said that as
Vega,
well.
He's just thick. He can't help it,
Yeah, he's slow.
He asked me a question about being timed out. I answered it 3 times. Then he said Bob Cart hasn't got his address. So I said Bob Cart paid for his address with 20 Benson and Edges.
Dear.
Or a packet of B&H. I said,
I don't have a problem with Nathan, but I'd love to see him get slapped about.
Oh, I thought the general was going to kill him. I thought the general was winding up slowly to attack.
And then Bob came on just to finish him off, and then he rage kicked them both.
Yeah, rage kicked them, yeah.
We need more Nathans on him and filling the gaps.
But how stupid. I mean, Babs was sticking up for the silly brat.
I know. I wrote the same thing in the comments. I said, what was that last night? The only person on the whole of YouTube, or the whole of that this side of YouTube, that was sticking up for you, and that was the only person you went in on. What a weirdo. We're all calling him, like, bloody ginger this and fucking he's a prick, he's a cunt, he's a this and that. But then he goes straight after Babs, the one who's not protect him, but stick up for him. I thought, nice one, Nathan. You're just looking for enemies. You've done the opposite. You haven't come to YouTube to look for friends. You come to YouTube to look for enemies. Even this panel guest he had on just now was just asking him questions like, where you been today? You been on your bike? Went, maybe. Where'd you go? Don't know. How far did you go? Don't know. was like, well, where'd you go? Oh, the road. What's all these questions? You trying to be nosy? Oh, dear. Hello, how are you? What's you got to do, you? What are you up to? It's none of your fucking business. Oh, dear. Talk about defensive. Fucking hell. Ugh. I reckon he needs to go to prison or boot camp or something just to sharpen him up a bit.
No, Nathan,
Yeah, he needs
would,
to go through.
he'd never handle boot camp.
He doesn't have to handle it. You don't get a choice.
I know,
I'll take him
but
to boot camp.
he'd go AWOL,
I'll
and
get
then
my
he'd get
Dr. Martens.
and then he'd get dragged back again.
I'll set my Dr. Martens loose on him.
Mm. Hey, Peggy, what was what Peggy? What did Trump do? Trump fucking took away Roman law or something and put into constitutional law or something. And
Can't remember.
something about the soldiers, something about the forces.
I know he wanted to get gays and all that out the forces and trans.
Yeah. Oi, oi, DBS. Girl
Well,
guys, yeah, he'd definitely be in the girl guys. Dip, 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 dop, dop, dop. I don't know what it's fucking. He's that dim, or is that focused on everybody hating him that he can't see when somebody is actually taking the mickey out of somebody else and defending him.
he's like a sober version of this side of tunes.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter what you tell him, how much you reason with him, how much sense you make. You get people can say the same thing over and over again. Goes in one ear and out the other.
yep. That's why I gave up doing. That's why I gave up doing panels with him. They're doing fucking co-hosting with him. You know,
But they
and like
keep picking you off.
no, he kept on kicking everybody out the fucking chat. In the chat? What are you doing in my chat? Fuck off! What are you doing in my chat? Fuck off! And he was kicking everybody out the chat, and it was like, Nathan, what are you doing? Don't question my decisions, my lord. Don't question. Just play another video, my lord. Why are you questioning me? Don't question me. Well, don't make me admin then. And then everybody go, Smiler, just start up your own lives. And that's what I ended up doing.
Well,
I can't do these 24-hour lives no more though.
fucking
I ain't got the stamina no more. Oi, Beyonce.
oh, Beyonce. Long time no see.
And they found it's that dumb. He even failed at being a window licker. You could put him in a fucking greenhouse and he wouldn't be able to smash a window, Beyonce.
Bruce Lee.
You could put him in a greenhouse, give him a stone, and he still wouldn't be able to fucking smash a window.
If ever you get into a street fight with him, don't worry about yourself being hit. Worry about a random stranger accidentally getting hit.
I know. But it's like all these people that he wants to doorstep, all these people he wants to have a fight with. Every time I say, right, I'm going to London, Nathan, I'm going to pop in for a coffee. You're not invited, Smiler. You're not invited, Smiler. You know? And it's like, well, you keep doorstepping all these people. I keep saying, well, I'll pop round for a coffee. And you say no.
God, Chappie. It's on now.
Oh, Bruce.
Big up the Welsh Chappie.
Peggy, he done an executive order, something to do with Roman law. And I think the army were like they run the Roman law or something or other. The military run the Roman law or something or other. So what he's done is he's made it all. He's written that Roman law off and made it all constitutional law or something. I don't know. I'd have to watch it again. I was listening, but I was only half listening. Oi, oi, nutter. How you doing, mate?
He's a nutter.
He's on the night shift,
Oi,
is
oi.
nutter.
What do you think about some ginger rings to put in your cups of tea in the morning?
I know. I don't drink tea though. I only have coffee.
I drink coffee, but because I've got English tea out here from England, but the milk ain't the same. So that's why I just stick to coffee.
I think Nutter drinks that green tea. I can't swear by it. Nutter, do you drink green tea or do you drink real tea?
You should
Indian
take some
tea.
ginger rings with you, dip them in your tea in the morning.
Mm.
I actually really want to buy ginger rings now. I've seen the pictures of them. I quite like the taste of ginger. I've got some ginger tea in my kitchen. I love the way he's so offended by that, man. The last geezer on the panel was he just came up and he said like oh, Vega's anyone mentions ginger rings, they're blocked. He goes, why can't you mention ginger rings? Don't you start. No, I really don't know. It's because they're saying I'm part of a nonce ring. Oh, what, you're part of a nonce ring? No, I'm fucking not. Oh, dear. I want to get like a mascot, Nathan, which I can like use every now and then. Get out, like the court jester they used to have back in medieval times. Just they
Yeah.
click the fingers, the jester come out, he'd perform, and isn't it like, and they just chop off his head and get another one.
I used to have all the angry kid, didn't I? I used to play all the angry kid videos to him.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, you know, on the chopper riding down the street with the Sherpa van behind him. Yeah, gingerbread man.
Oh yeah, gingerbread man.
Yeah, you got gingerbread men at Tim Hortons. Where are you two, the November man? Where you got Tim Hortons to? Evening, Spike. Again.
He needs he needs to turn his enemy into his friend. He needs to get on board with these ginger rings, start promoting them.
Frenemies, what's the matter with frenemies?
Good evening, Smiler.
Good evening, Peter. Peter,
Good evening, Jimmy.
explain what Trump was going on about with Roman law and constitutional law.
If you can't understand it, I can't explain it to you because it's so simple. It's untrue. What he turned when he
No,
says is, hold on, you've asked me to explain it. What he's done is taken Roman law off the land and he's put it back into the sea. Roman law is maritime law.
yeah, I know that.
And he's put it back into the sea and he's gone back to constitutional law, which is law of the land. That's what he's done. That's what the video I've put up states exactly that. He's taken maritime law and thrown it back into the sea. And he's now operating under constitutional law, which is law of the land.
Right, but what effect did it have on the military? Because it was attack on the military, wasn't it?
Well, in other words, the military also has to go back to serving the American people only and not serving the rest of the world as a peacekeeping and everything else. It's I can go into it deep, but I've had a little bit of a drink, so I won't. But if you do a next, and I'll tell you something, I'm gonna say this to you and Dave, Gypsy Dave, stop, and Master One, stop doing your lives so late because I can't join them. I go to bed early now after my experience. I have to because I need a lot of energy because I'm building myself a life now after my experience.
If it makes you feel
Well,
any
that's
better,
cool.
Peter,
Um,
uh, it's a bit too late for Dave sometimes. He falls asleep before the end of them.
this is the first two live last night and tonight was the first two lives I've done for ages because I've been struck on my other channel. So these are the first two lives I've done for ages.
I know, yeah. I didn't watch you first live. I got up in the morning at 5 o'clock and I watched it for 2 hours while I was doing what I needed to do, getting ready to what I normally do. And I thought, so I think it was about 3 hours later. I kind of like involved myself in conversation by saying morning everybody and everything else, something like that. I think I highlighted that I was there, but I was there 3 hours.
I'll just say hello to a few. Hello, James. Hello, Lisa. I don't know who Vixen Voltage is. And good evening, Robert. Good evening. Right, sorry, go on, carry on.
Can I ask why Jimmy went?
I don't know. Jimmy's 12 hours ahead, isn't he?
I didn't
So
offend him. I didn't offend him, did I?
no. So Jimmy will be getting phone calls, and Jimmy will be doing other things. Probably going to collect food or taking kids to school or whatever. He's 12 hours ahead of us, isn't he?
Well, I have thought about doing lives, yeah, and kind of like leaving the lives to just be how they need to be, because nobody's really interested in convers. Have you not noticed it? Nobody's really interested in the truth. AK comes on and says, "Oh, you're frightened of the truth." I wouldn't agree with him. The truth isn't
Mm,
spoken, so how can anybody be afraid of the truth if it's not spoken?
very true. Very true. You're afraid of the truth, and that's a false laugh.
I tried to have a conversation with him earlier to turn around and say, "Look, my findings is stating that a starseed is somebody that's willing to give up the body to a walk-in, but the starseed is attached to the body, but behind the starseed. In other words, the starseed has control of the body. Now they're a walk-in for the reason of this. They have knowledge to the Ashka records. I may not be saying that right, but they have the knowledge of what was, what is, and what is now. And they're here to transform us into this new world, which is supposed to be 5D and everything else. Like I said before, I'm only talking about what I found. I did not say I believe in anything I found. I'm trying to talk with like-minded people about my findings on the level of what I found. Hence, this is the reason why I talk to you, because I find you enlightened, on the same journey as me. You know the same information, so I enjoy a conversation with you. Mostly, you probably don't enjoy my conversations. I don't know. I don't know why,
Yeah,
but
but
mainly
I mean,
chatting.
star, star, starseedism, starseedism is a new age thing.
This is what I try to say to AK. That is a government thing. It's come out of the blue light. It's come out of nowhere, and it's another thing to just palm you down from the reality that is going to come forward. In other words, if you label yourself to a certain subject, you become that subject that you label yourself to.
Mm?
Listen, I had a near death experience when I was 22 years old. I would say I've had two after that, but they wasn't the same way as the first one was. Or I had one or two before that, sorry.
Oh,
Before
I died it properly on the operating theatre.
Well, what really happened is I had I think two
On the operating
experiences.
table? No, I mean on the operating table. I mean,
Well, I used to sniff glue and gas when I was young. Them and the
yeah,
drugs. That was about heroin started coming in when I was about 14 years old. And I thought, well, I'm not interested in that sort of stuff, injecting because I'm frightened of needles. Not in the
yeah.
in
Don't do drugs, people. Don't do drugs. They're
yeah.
bad for you.
So I never went down that path. I went to gas and glue, and I enjoyed the buzz from it to the point where I didn't give any of them up until I was 18 years old. Put it that way. When I
Yeah,
started,
my mates were into Evo.
yeah,
Was
Evo,
it
yeah,
Evo? The
yeah,
red
yeah,
tin? Yeah,
yeah,
and they
yeah,
got it all over
Evo,
their
yeah.
school trousers and all over. Oh yeah,
And I
mad.
tell
What
you
a mad.
something though, it was the best reality I've ever lived. Best reality I've ever lived compared to the reality I live in these day and ages. Anyway, I gave it up when I was 18, and I did a few things first, but to make sure I didn't commit suicide and this while I was under the influence and whatnot. So I took precautions. Anyway, I stopped at the age of 18 and I started smoking cannabis right away until I was 27. And I thought it's time to stop, time to get myself alive. So I started going to college after that at the age of 27, and I couldn't read or write, and I mean literally I was proper dyslexic. So I was on the sick because of what happened to me when I was 22 years old, acid thrown in the face and a disability given to me. So I was on the sick for about 17 years
Right.
until I went through operations and this, that, and the other, and everything else to try and correct certain things. Anyway, it came to the time when I was kicked off the sick. So I turned around and says to the sick, well, I've been on it since I was 22. I need some help to be able to get back into work. I want to become an electrician. They says to
Mm.
me, no, that ain't going to happen. That's going to cost a lot of money. Yeah. So either way, I moved from the area I was, and I did something else, and I moved into somewhere else, and I ended up going to college and becoming an electrician. And at the same time, it took me 5 years to become an electrician. Simple fact is, I didn't know how to read and write, so
Yeah.
I had to do 2 years in school to learn to read and write to understand the electrician. Anyway, I started at the age of 35. By the time I was 40, I was a qualified electrician. How mad's that? Now,
Yeah, it's good.
if anybody wants to see my certificates, I have every one of them. Cool.
No, I don't doubt it. Robert's happy. Uh, just catching up with the chat a bit. Jeremy Kyle says it causes paranoia. Well, I mean, the old slate bars and stuff like that. I mean, JPN be able to tell you more, but the old slate bars and the solids and the squidgies. I mean, they used to give you a mad psychosis.
Out of
Like,
the
totally.
few, out of the few mad people that's on YouTube, Smiler, you're one of the maddest. Which
Oh, I
is
know.
like, which is like you bring absolutely facts to the table, which makes you mad.
Mm. I'm mad
The
as
only,
that, me.
the only thing that gets me is how can anybody fall out with you? Because like a fact is a fact, and it stables the fence.
People don't like facts, though, do they?
Well, I wouldn't say the facts. They just don't like
And
the truth because they can't angle it. Ask AK. He'll tell you that.
mm, and you know what YouTube police are like, YouTube barristers are like, King's councils and Queen's councils. You know what they're like. All evidence is insubmissible on fucking YouTube, isn't it?
To tell you the truth, Smiler, I think that you should do a live between 6 and 8 o'clock every night and talk about subjects and get Gypsy Dave up because I can give you websites for you to try and understand where I'm coming from, but you don't do your homework, and that's what pisses me off.
Who don't do their own work?
Not so much you, but Gypsy Dave hasn't. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, he's a busy man.
Pussy can be fucked, and then it's time to look.
Some people, see, what people don't realise is I work from home, right? So I'll have something on in the background while I'm using another computer to work with, you know. So
Most of the
like,
time, when I listen to lives on my phone, and my battery runs low very fast. So then it's on a charge for an hour, so I miss half of the conversation, and then I'll come back, and I'm like, why do I? And I'm at. I used to be. This is before what happened to in January, and at the moment, I'm spending a lot of time at home to get this project done because I have two projects. Well, I've got three projects on the go, but I need to close at least one of them, which I'm close to closing, which is this one where I'm at right now. This one's very close to be closed, and I can move on from that, and I can move on to the next two and finish them off. And I'll tell you something after that, right? I've had enough. I've had enough. I've had enough of working. I've had enough of fucking complying and paying taxes, which I don't anyway. But I've had enough of complying. I'm going on holiday for the rest of my life. I'm going on holiday for the rest of my life. And what I mean by that is I'm keeping this yard, I'm selling my other yard, and I'm off. There is no more need for anything in life but to enjoy it
have you
to the
built that
best.
studio? Have you built that studio yet?
Yeah, it's in my back garden, mate. It's literally built, but I
No,
don't want.
last time I spoke to you, you made a ball, dropped the bollock with it, and had to take part of it down and then rebuild it.
Well, what happened is my neighbour come across and he brought a T square. How mad's this? Watch this. He brought a T square and says, "Yo, none of this is fucking square, mate." So I had to take it back down. Take away the wood which I first used because it was a board with many a hole. See,
Take it easy, Beyonce.
it wasn't really, and I've still got the wood in my shed now. Well, anyway,
No,
we've rebuilt it, me and him, and yes, it's ready to go. But I've changed my mind. It's not what I want to do anymore. I'm not interested in trying to talk to people on the internet. I'm interested in now, with the information that I've got, is evaluating myself to the next level of consciousness. Because if people ain't interested and all they want to do and bring me down to their level of low society, well, then I don't have time for them sort of people. And believe me, Smiler, there's a hell of a lot of them on YouTube. Remember, I
see,
hear this word every day. I'm addicted to lives. I'm addicted to YouTube. I'm addicted. You make yourself addicted because you have nothing else to do. Go on. I have now finished.
you're climbing up the upside down pyramid.
Well, that's what we're all doing, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree, Robert. I agree. Guilty. Who remembers the kids show Jack and Nori? That was when Pam Ayres was sat in a rocking chair, wasn't it, reading a book? Wasn't it Pam Ayres that did Jack and Nori? It's like chat lives matter as well, Peter. So got to engage with the chat.
As you're talking to the chat, I see Peggy. I looked up the maritime laws that Trump is changing. Roman law is the equivalent to the changing of Roman law is called maritime law. Yeah, the same laws, the same thing that's happening to America is going to happen to the rest of the world. It's called Nasara Jasara. It's not about the money that's coming, it's about the changes. America first, so the rest of the world reaps, and then
Yeah,
the rest is passed out.
but
Go
if
on.
he's gonna fucking get rid of maritime law, right?
Hmm.
Then how's he gonna trade all these new birth certificates?
Right, did you not see him sign the no more straws executive order? Do you know what that meant? No more strawmen.
No,
No more strawmen.
yeah, no. So he's saying no more straw men.
Yeah,
So
he signs an executive order that says no more paper straws, which was straw men on paper.
Yeah.
This is what I
But
say about people not really seeing into what's really being given, because there's no in depth. People don't go into depth of certain, like I'm a common law, like I am a common law sort of a guy. I have to go into these. I've got to see what it really means and everything else, because I'm not just left on the shelf to say, "Oh, I can use that," if I can't really use it. Now, like I said,
Blunt.
I've got a good friend called SG offline, yeah, online,
Yeah, SG, yeah.
which will prove that everything I have used, I win every time, even though I'm called a liar online.
Blunt. The he brought the Noahide laws um into power, into law. He wrote the Noahide laws into law last time he was president.
The best way to explain certain things, which I have learned just lately, is most people have AI in their home, Alexa and stuff like that. You can just ask Alexa a few questions, and that's this: how will the government be in 2030? And you'll get a straight answer. You just
There
got to
ain't one.
ask. Well, there is. What she turns around, or Gork turns around and says, is that you'll have a limited government, but the government that will be called a government will be there for the people,
Mm.
and only there for the people. The same thing what Trump's doing.
Yeah, that's right, Blunt. And I think it was signed into law in the UK as well. But then I think Sunak reiterated on them as well. I think he did something as well on the Noahide laws in the UK.
What we're talking about?
Noahide laws, 7 laws of Noahide.
Explain.
Oh god, it's a difficult one, that is.
Make it easy. Explain.
My brain's gone sleep. Was such a bad and Putin's a jihadist. Yeah, and it's the 7 universal laws for all mankind, and it's considered by Jewish tradition to be the minimal moral duties required by the Bible. We live on the 10 Commandments, yeah. So they changed the in America they changed it to Noahide laws. In the UK we adopted Noahide laws. Yeah, it's
The reason why I
it's
ask.
basic. It's basically the way Jews are supposed to live. But I
Oh,
mean,
yeah, I got you.
it's all bollocks, because one of the laws is to do with illicit sexual relationships. But
I got yeah. You
according to the
got
according to the Talmud, there isn't any such thing as illicit sexual relations, because
the
they're allowed
reason.
to sleep. They're allowed to sleep with a 3-year-old girl, as long as she isn't 3 years old and 1 day. Um, it says about do not steal, but they're allowed to steal from the goyim. If they find something that's owned to a goyim, then that's
To be
fine.
honest,
They don't have
Tyler,
to. They don't have to give it back. So the Noahide laws are very, very, very Confucius. They are.
never heard of him, Smiler.
Mm.
Never heard of him. You're the first person that brought it to my attention. I won't look into it because of what you spoke about it. It's not my journey of life. See, I'm not a Jew. I don't need to believe in the bullshit that's been force fed. Like I say, my mum was a Roman Catholic.
James is putting them into what's it called? But they're all there. But James, they're all contradictory. They're all contradictory, which is which I've never understood. They're all contradictory, because a Jewish person is allowed to murder a goyim and not be prosecuted for it.
Yeah, and that's when he says that word, it's a white person.
Yeah. And illicit sexuality. Well, if you look at the Talmud, there is nothing illicit in sexuality, and that's where all these crazy, non-binary,
Pedophilia.
binary, your speedophiles, your transvestites. It all comes from the Talmud. So
Yes, it does, 100%. I'll agree with
mm,
Smiley there.
yeah,
You got to understand that the Talmud, or the Talmud, it's called the Talmud.
yeah.
Um, it's a book that is followed, and I mean followed to the T,
Well,
especially.
yeah. I mean, they spend 7 years. They spend 7 years studying it, and after they've studied it for 7 years, then they go over it for another 2 years. That's why most of the Orthodox Jewish men don't work, because they're studying, and they're not allowed to touch the paper of the book. They actually use like a little finger pointer, like a metal finger pointer, to actually
Yes,
read the words. But they read the book back to front.
but what they don't understand, because they're as thick as fuck, is that they are worshipping a planet called Satan. They wear a little
But
square upon their head, yeah, while they're
yes,
praying to this fucking Mount of Olives or whatever it's
yeah,
called.
and
Yeah,
in that little square that they've got on their head, the Saturn square, yeah, or the black cubes, the
yeah, the black
cubits,
cube. Yeah,
yeah.
that's what it said.
Inside that is scriptures from the Talmud,
Yeah, yeah. But
and
this is
they
what I'm
and
saying.
they bind themselves with it as the Saturn ring.
Here's a mad one for you, Smiler. Now, did you know if you put a book underneath your pillow when you go to sleep, you will read that book while you're asleep? Did you know that?
No, I used to, but what I used to do is I used to learn while I was asleep by listening to books while I'm asleep.
Well, if you go to sleep and you listen to audio, you
Yeah,
also learn from that.
yeah. I used to do audio books while I was going to sleep.
You know, what's missing is the truth in reality to evaluate anybody. Like I turn around and says, let's just quickly bring people into conversation. Most people want to bring people down to their level and argue and not have a conversation. Yeah. I don't understand their mentality other than they're living in a low vibration and they want to bring others down to their level instead of turning up and saying, "Oh, I'm kind of like on the same, like me and you. Yeah, we're kind of like on the same kind of like level. We can have a chat about certain situations. We're not arguing. We're not meeting door to door. We have done, but we're not meet. We've got to a balance now of an understanding. Do you know what I mean? I'm a twat,
Hmm.
and you're the fucking host. You've hosted the twat. There you go. Job done.
Hello, Alba.
I love talking bollocks because without bollocks, I'm not a man. I have my hand on my dick, so I'm talking at the microphone. Through my dick, through my bollocks, talking to you lot. So that's how you got the fucking reply of say, Peter does talk some bollocks, I tell you. Well,
Yeah,
you have
which,
the same microphone. Go on.
but blunt. Yeah, see, now I don't understand that, right? Because, right, the 6-pointed star is the star of Rentham or Ramtham, Rentham. Yeah, right. Now, the 6-pointed star was actually found. Um, I think it was Jerusalem. I might be wrong whether it was Jerusalem or not, but it was found on a floor, and it was a mosaic, but it was a Muslim mosaic. Right now, Rothschilds used the red star, right, when he changed from doing watchmaking and all that lot, and decided that he could buy gold and then he could lend money to governments. And he changed his logo outside his shop to a red star. But the star, yeah, the red shield, yeah, but the six-pointed star, I mean, that's always been the Star of Rentham, you know. And if you look at ancient biblical texts, it was never anything to do with Israel. It was never anything to do with Jewish. Yeah, it was always a pagan deity. Right now, the actual Jewish symbol was the menorah, you know, and it was the Rothschilds that made the star. It was the Rothschilds that wanted the star, and it was the Rothschilds that supplied the money for Israel, which then used his father, Bear Amschel Rothschild, which brought in the red star, and that was where, yeah, and Moloch, yeah, but that was where the star came from. It came from the Rothschilds. It had
No,
nothing to do with Jewish traditions. It had nothing to do with anything Jewish. It was actually a Muslim mosaic on a floor that they found, and that was Muslim. It wasn't. You know, the same as the swastika. You know, the swastika was Hindu and everything else, but the
who are you
swastika.
speaking to, Smiler?
Speaking to Blunt in the chat.
I'd like to quickly jump in. Sorry for butting in, Smiler. Jump in and turn around and say that life is what you make it, because life is but a dream. If you think it, therefore it becomes. You can manifest your life that you desire. Now, while you sit back and you watch others and judge others, and you should never judge, but when you sit back and judge others, you don't have a life. Like, for instance, me, I don't sit back and judge others. I sit back and listen to others with their information that they bring, hence what Smiler just brought. I could work a lot from that, and I mean a lot from that. But either way, uh, I've already worked it anyway, so I'm a bit further than the information that Smiler's given. And I'll tell you something, it's worthwhile information if you really sit down and listen to this, because it's life-changing thinking. Life-changing thinking then becomes a life-changing becometh. In other words, like we've all been taught, have a family, grow up, get a job, rah 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 rah, which is a system. You're coming out of the system, you're going into your own system. You're going to govern yourself. Let's just see if anybody in the chat understands this.
It was always 2.5 children, wasn't it? I don't know where you get the 0.5 child.
Well, either way, watch this. I've bought a car today, just say, and it cost me £5,000, and I have a receipt buying that car. Now, I chose not to tax or MOT it or insure it, and it's parked on the road, and it was taken. I'll go to the police and I say to the police, yeah, I got a receipt, I bought a car there. Somebody has taken my property, which is now theft, because they don't have more. They do not have more liability of that property than me, because I have a receipt. So who stole it? And if they have stole it, do they have a receipt to claim they have more authority over my property, which I have a receipt for? I paid cash. They paid fuck all. Do they have authority to take my? And they say yeah. So then the next question is, can I see the contract that I signed? They don't. So therefore, liability, and you can take these fuckers to court. People just don't know it because it's so hidden in front of you. It's in plain sight. It's mad. I tell you what, Smiler, what gets me really angry is me not being in on enough lives, and you're not live
Yeah,
enough.
but possession is 9/10 of the law. You know, we don't own the vehicle.
No,
We
no,
own
no,
we
no. If you have
we only
receipts, if you have
we
no,
only no
this is where you're wrong.
we only own the logbook, and the logbook is owned, and the logbook and the
Oh,
vehicle is owned by the
hold
DVLA.
on. Was it DVLA that requested that request under contract? No, no. Therefore, nobody other than DVLA, because it's registered to them, to be able to take that car off the road. Nobody. Because DVLA ain't stating any claim to the vehicle. But the person who's taken it away is claiming more right to you than you have via your receipt of buying that property. Let's just explain something which is so simple. I went to the shop and I bought 20 fags and I stepped outside and I'm 16 years old and a copper turns up and takes them out my hand and chucks them on the floor and stamps all over them and says I'm not old enough to smoke. That's the law. That's the situation what's going on. In other words, the copper stepped out of his jurisdiction because he's only a peace officer and there's no peace that he needed to upkeep. But instead, he stepped out of his authority and turned around and says, I have now this authority to stop you from smoking because I think you're underage. That is rude and outrageous. It should not be the law. And it is not the law. The law is a victim. When I claim and I come down to your home and you smash me in because I drove 100 miles and I'm smashed in and I need an ambulance and I'm driving home in an ambulance, what part of that do I need the police for? Other to make a claim of money. But remember, I drove down there. Whatever the outcome is the outcome.
That's why the front door's never locked.
Yeah, I got 2 doorsteps. Yeah, I got the one that you want to climb and the one that you're going to fall down. That's what you should tell everyone. Because if anybody steps me, you're not going home. And I tell you what.
Happy birthday, Peggy.
Anyway, it's my birthday soon, Smiler.
Yeah.
Don't give me an happy birthday. I don't want one. I'm going to have an enjoyable birthday. Everybody else have an happy birthday. I'm enjoying this one because after January, what just happened to me, mate? Like I say, I can't explain the experience what I went through. It's really hard to explain, so I won't. Right, but the outcome was I've now got the rest of my life. And the way I'm now seeing it is like this, which is crazy. Every morning I wake up, I make a day of it. I don't see tomorrow anymore. And I don't see yesterday because yesterday once was and don't matter. Yeah, it's about today. Look, we all make mistakes and we all say a lot of things that could be wrong. You don't need to be held to accountable. Yeah. We all make mistakes and we all get things wrong. Okay. So same as you, Smiley. You don't need to be held to accountable. Just live an enjoyable life the best way you can because those that are in power are trying to destroy. And if you have the frequency to override all of this bullshit that you're fed, you will get onto it's all about higher consciousness. It's all about higher what's it called? Go on, Smile.
Oi, Rally.
You're not listening to me, are you?
I am listening to you. And the best analogy was the analogy of in your car looking forward through the windscreen and what was yesterday is in the back mirror. Is that good enough for you that I was listening?
Yeah, I'll go with that one.
Yesterday is in the back mirror and everything that's coming forward is in the front windscreen.
Well, you are as you say that, and it's a perfect example. You are the driver of your body. You are the controller of the vehicle that you're in control of. In other words, your body. You can use it like a car or see it like a car. You're zooming through life. So the wheels that you don't see are moving underneath you. So life is passing you by, so you are moving forward anyway. So why don't you pick and choose the life that you want instead of picking and choosing what you're told to live by? Like, for instance, the system, rules and regulations. I put up a video today on my channel, Smiley. You can go and see it. You can bring it up. And what it does is, and you spoke about it, is Trump saying he's getting rid of a Roman law, which is maritime law. Yeah. And you hear the next man talking about legislation, stacks and that Jews. He didn't say all of them, but he did mention that everything that's not constitutional is illegal. He's also got rid of the English bar association in America. It doesn't exist in America anymore. It may exist at the moment now, but I did put a post up about a year ago stating that a black belt barrister will not be talking about law in a generation that he has. In other words, statutes, acts, and legislation
Mm-hmm.
in the same manner. Well, anyway, it changed and he's talking about everything else and he doesn't bring up law anymore. Why not? I told him because the bar association got wiped out. Got wiped out. Oh, yeah. Listen, I'm ahead when it comes to common law, mate. I'm literally ahead because I know common law. Like I say, if Trump takes us on as part of America, we come under their constitution. So there it is. And there's a video on my channel tonight stating that Trump signed an executive order stating that Roman law, which is maritime law, another law, which is military law, is now going back to the constitution. See what happened is the military law also went to maritime law. So if we called MPs and for the military to come onto the streets, they will still fulfil the contract of the constitution, which is false. What's happened in America? What Trump's done is he's turned everything around to the point where people own everything once again, and the government own fuck all. That's what's happened. You come back to common law, mate. A guy says to me about 3, 4, 5 years ago about common law, and I was fighting it going through the time I had that other channel, Inchai, and I was going through and he was laughing at me saying, "Oh, you're wasting your time." And I turned around and I said to him, "Mate, I didn't learn all of this for nothing. It may not be for now, but I know it's going to work in the future." I'm at that stage now, and it works. Every part of what I know about common law works. And like I say, if you don't believe me, I have backup to prove it, and his name's SG. Do you know what I mean? He hasn't been for a long time, but he comes to my home and I put things forward and I've showed him paperwork, emails, and I've sent him stuff and stuff like that. So I can prove everything, but I can't prove everything to everybody. I can only prove it to one person. Like Smiley, if you was there first, I'd send it all to you. You'd vet it, come back and say, yeah, 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 yeah. Well, that's all that next man's doing. Same thing. And he will call me. And I have told him, call me a liar any time if I misrepresent myself. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I only want to be explaining what I found. I didn't say it's the truth. I'm just talking to a like-minded person about what I found. Now, everybody else that's in the chat ain't up here talking about it, so therefore you have your own opinion about it. I shouldn't really be, or Smiler shouldn't really be going to the chat to find a conversation. Now, I can bring up conversations left, right, and centre if Smiler's interested.
Oh no, chat lives matters as well.
Well,
You know?
their lives matter if they come up on the fucking panel. Other than that, it stays in the chat.
But I mean, when you talk about the American Constitution and you talk about British law, yeah, but it's all a Magna Carta, you know.
Yes.
America is based on the Magna Carta.
Yes.
Right. Not all the Constitution came from the English Constitution.
Right. Yes, it
from
did.
the Magna
Only
Carta.
5. Wrong. Only, and I know this as a fact. Only 5 parts of the Constitution, the English Constitution, was changed for America. Only 5 parts. 5.
Well, US was based on English common law and the Bill of Rights and the Petition of Right.
They've got all of that, which is the same as the English Constitution. What they've got is a Bill of Rights of 1688-89. Yeah, they've got the their constitution, other than 5 parts which they changed, which was I can't remember.
The separation of powers, checks and balances, English common law, Bill of Rights, Petition of Right, and it's all based on the Magna Carta.
Yeah, there was only 5 parts which they changed, and it was mainly beneficial to them because it didn't really comprehend in England, so they made it benefit them because it was America. It's a totally different thing. It wasn't. I do agree. It was something to do with the Bill of Rights. There was one of them involved in it, but I can't remember off the top of my head at the moment. But yeah, you could be right, Smiler, and I could be totally wrong. I don't know. Anyway, like I say, Smiler, what you need to do is you need to bring more. You, Dave, a few others, and bring this information, which is going to change. Listen, we got until 2026 to wake people up. After 2026, if they're not awake, they're going to miss out. Because 2027 to 2030 is going to be devastating. And if you're not awake before the ending of 2026 and the beginning of 2027, you're going to be left here. A life-changing thing's going to happen, Smiler, and these are the things that we need to be talking about. Life-changing things happening. And the reason why they keep us looking left instead of right is because they want to keep... Let's just say this, right. Smiler, have you not seen videos of stars, those that's in Hollywood, have a double ganger in statues, pictures of them being in the past?
Yeah, definitely. I've put
Okay.
pictures out there.
Okay, hear me out.
Just bear with
Hear
me a
me
sec.
out.
Just bear,
Hear me
hang
out
on,
go on then. Go on then. Go on
just
then.
bear with me a second. You two are gonna, you know who I'm talking to. I'm gonna bang your heads together in a minute, right? Peggy, Ron in here, Maria in here. So, you know, unless they're here and you're addressing them in the chat, then address them in the chat or on the panel or whatever. But they're not here, so don't bring them into the argument unless they were here. And you two, just stop it. You know, it's tit for tat. You're both playing tit for tat. You know, I'm watching you. One's making a comment, then one's making a defense, and one's making an attack, and one's making a. It's just going round and round in circles. You plonkers.
Take me back then, Smiler. Take me back to what I was saying.
Right. Oh, fucking hell. I'm lost, Peter. I've lost. Right. Go on, remind me.
I need reminding, that's the point.
Remind me. I can't remember what it was. We were talking about constitutional law and about Trump. Oi, Gregory.
Yeah, there was a specific point I was trying to make. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is that about 3 years ago, or 5 years ago, I think it was about 5 years ago, because I know quite a lot about common law. I was at an argument with a friend of mine, and he was like, "Yeah," because he's laughing at me because of my inch eye channel, saying, "Oh, it don't work." This and that, calling me lawless and calling me Rumple of the Old Bailey, calling me all kinds of names, like, you know what I mean. And like I sat there and I thought, and I said to him, I said, "Mate, I haven't learnt this stuff for nothing. It may not be for now, but it could be needed in the future. Anyway, it's now happening in the mannerism which I spoke about fucking 5 years ago. Trump is now changed, like I say, the Constitution. What you don't understand is if you listen to your AI, most people have it called Siri and stuff like that. Yeah, if you ask them, in 2030, will we have a government? You'll be told that government will be limited to a point where we have a government which serves the people. Yeah, which we will be going back to common law. Do you know what I mean? Now you don't need to ask or search anymore because most people have Siri or AI in their homes. So it's just quick and easy now. More easier than the work I've done to find where I am today. It's more easier to find your way home. It's more easier to find your way home. We're all living one life. We're all on one life's journey. We're all asking for the truth so we can have the key to the door, and that's home. We want to get in, put our feet up, and say, "What a fucking life I just went through." Do you know what I mean? And end it.
Yeah, but
Nothing.
America's always had separation of powers. Yeah,
Say what?
America has always had separation of powers, which is between the legislative and the um, judicial branches, the executive and judicial
So have
branches.
we.
Yeah.
It's called magistrates court and crown court. See, crown courts years ago in England was the place to go. Everything was seen as no victim, no crime. Now in a magistrates court, this is why now we have a supreme court. We didn't have a supreme court before, but we only had two courts, which was crown court. But either way, a magistrate's court is a summary judgment. In other words, commas.
Yeah.
When you go to crown court, you got a victim. Somebody's making claim against you.
Well, when you go to Crown Court, you were supposed to be judged by your peers,
That's the
which was
point. Yes.
the jury.
Well, we're going back to that, and we're going back to the people's courts. See, you may not see it at the moment. What people don't understand is, like I says, I put a community thing out many years ago, and ask SG if I'm lying. I put a community. I've deleted everything, but I put up a community page stating that black belt barrister will not be speaking about law anymore in a mannerism that he is, because in America, Donald Trump, in his first term, the first 4 years he was in, killed the Bar Association in America, the British Bar Association, which also killed it in England. So if you're under any like a statute, legislation, act, or something, yeah, you're not. They're going to keep you hanging because they can't prosecute you. Honestly, I swear to God, it's mad how it's happening. But people don't see it. I know it because I'm adapted to the law. I get arrested quite fairly. I haven't been, but
Well,
I normally do come.
it's all right. I just put a monster munch in my mouth.
Well, you're not spitting anything else, so speak with your mouth full.
Well, see, what a lot of people don't realise, right,
Is I need
is
two doctors and a therapist. Yeah, I know. I got you there, mate. Go on.
yeah, but what a lot of people don't realise, right, is right. You've got various MPs, you've got various government people saying we need to get rid of the ECHR, which we don't need to get rid of the ECHR. When people go against, I mean, like Tommy, he's just done an appeal against sentence, right? Why hasn't he gone to the ECHR instead of appealing against the sentence? Because it's human rights breaches on him. Yeah, I mean, I don't like Tommy. You know, I don't like what he stands for. But if he goes to the ECHR, yeah, you know, the government, the governor, the prison service, all in breach of his human rights.
Can we agree, Smiler, that he's a prisoner under the government rules and regulations? Yeah.
Yeah, but the government rules and regulations are against his human rights. And
So,
if he put a case to the ECHR, he would win the case against with the ECHR against the government, against Keir Starmer, and
so
so would a lot of these people that were supposed to be rioting. If they went to the ECHR, they'd be walking free tomorrow, right?
so
Because the sentencing, yeah, the laws of sentencing you're getting 3 years for saying a naughty word. Yeah.
Can I ask
You
you a
know,
question?
whereas a speedophile is walking out of court and getting probation.
That before you go there with that, I know how that works, mate. But okay, you kind of like lost me with that one. My point is this, yeah. Okay. See, what I don't understand is this, and this is what really rocks my mind, and this is how thick we are. If you understood the law works for you, not against you. The laws are put into place to serve you, not to work against you. Now, there's only 4 laws: no harm, loss, or fraud. Everything else falls under contract law if there is no victim. You've got to understand how the law works. Without knowledge, there is no beginning and no end. There is just play. Play. Must conform. Must conform. Must conform. Slave. Now, I got into trouble from a very early age, which brought me into this law. Yeah, which brought me into it. Now, I win now, understanding common law in the direction that I do. I win virtually 98% of all my claims. I'm suing the police for false arrest, false imprisonment, breach of data. The seven or yeah, the seven breaches that the police done for asking me to come in for a voluntary interview. How mad's that?
Yeah,
They
but
didn't.
auditors do that every day of the week.
But
Right?
what the auditors
Right.
don't understand, hold on. But what the auditors don't understand is the police only hold one jurisdiction, and that is their oath of office.
Hold on, Peter.
Hold on, let me
No, no,
finish.
no, 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 no,
Their
no, no,
warrant
no,
card.
no,
Come
no.
on.
Right, but it doesn't always work, does it? Right, because
Hold on a
you
sec.
you tell me how it always works. If you ended up in prison, I ended
Okay,
up in
I can
prison.
explain it.
Yeah,
I can explain it if you understand it. See, if you don't understand something and you don't work it right, well, therefore, the system will work against you. But if you understand the system and you work it right, the system cannot abuse you. And what I learned is this. Now, watch. The police operate under a jurisdiction. Their jurisdiction is their warrant card. While they're operating under that warrant card, they're operating in uniform. When they step out of that uniform and operate in commerce, in other words, statutes, legislation, and acts, they are now operating as you and me. Even though they're wearing a uniform, they are now impersonating a peace constable, because there's no such thing as a police officer in England. A police officer operates under commerce. In other words, he's impersonating a police constable. You can arrest him if he acts out of his office of oath. But we don't know that because we're not told that. We can arrest them because we are them.
it's called a
We are
citizen
them.
arrest. It's called a
We
citizen's
are
arrest.
them. We have the same power, but we give a uniform more power than us. So, in other words, while they're patrolling the streets, they are up all night while we sleep. That is all that they do. We are all police because we police our own community. Like, for instance, liability, the word liability. I'm driving down the road, talking on my phone, not wearing a seatbelt, not insured, got no MOT, no tax on my car. Who the fuck have I injured? Nobody. So then I should be let go because I've caused no liability. The word
But you've
liability.
broken the road traffic law.
I've broken a contract rule of terms and conditions, but until that terms and conditions and that contract is provided to me to say my name is added to it, there is absolutely fuck all I've broken. Fuck all. Absolutely
I
fuck
think
all.
It's added to it. It's added to it when you apply for your provisional license and then get your full license.
Now watch this. It's called transparency. Now, when you enter into anything, most places have got glass doors. It's called transparency. You see, before you enter that building, there's a desk in front of you called reception. Yeah, transparency. You're offered all the information by entering into that building. Now, why ain't we entered into a contract the same way? Transparency. We're not. We're hoodwinked. We're told that somebody has more power than us because you've now registered your vehicle to a third party. That now implies terms and conditions because you gave away your property to them. You gave them executor and beneficiary. Do you know what I mean? This is what I say about learning about contracts. Remember, when you go to O2, Apple, or any phone provider, they give you a contract. How come British Gas don't give you a contract? Same terms and conditions where you benefit by having a phone and gigabytes and texts and this, that, and the other. But British Gas don't give you no terms and conditions. They're just a receiver. They're the executor. See, this is what you got to understand, that everything's based on contracts. When you was born, you was born under a contract that you will wake up and not fall for this trap. We was all told it. But some of us tend to fall asleep deeper than the rest of us. And some of us, like me, are awake that's trying to wake you up and say, yo, I'm talking garbage, but yo, it makes fucking sense. Come on, get a grip. That's how mad I am, Smiler. And I'm glad I'm that mad because I'm going home. I'm going home. And I'm not kicking no fucking football neither.
Oh, there you go, James. He's sung for you now. James was asking you to sing ages ago.
There you go. Love is the answer in a broken world. All you gotta do is think differently and you will become the different part of the world that you once was. It's just a breath or the wave, depends on what you're sitting away. Smiler, I'm crazy and I like being crazy, and thank you for giving me time to be crazy. Thank you very much, and fuck the chats because they don't give a shit about me. And those that do, respect. 50-50, phone a friend, ask the audience. Nah, I'm not playing. Your fault, Smiler.
Hey?
Your fault. Remember, it's got to be your
fault?
It's your fault because I'm a guest. Get it off your chest. Cough it up, my son. Cough it up, my son. That's a blade you can't hold within. It's the devil. Come on.
No, I'm trying to remember what what's he called? Voibs, is it? Voibs? You know the one that paid with his paid for something with his
Credit card.
no, not credit card. No, not credit card. He paid with a
Visa.
No, a bill
Of rights.
a promissory note.
Oh, a promising note. Who paid that then?
Voibs. Richard Voibs, is he called? The one that does the channel?
I'm going to tell you, Smiler, I paid my fines with a promising note. Now, watch this. I sent a promising note to the courts to pay my fines in full. The court sent me the promising note back. I sent it back. They sent it back. I sent it back. They sent it back. So what I turned around and says, I have a transaction that you're refusing payment. The fine was squashed. Mad that is, isn't it? You got to understand that a promising note, like I also, and I have proof of this, I also sent him a photocopy of a £10 note that says, "I promise the bear to pay the bearer on demand the sum of." Now, if you look on any note, it says exactly what I just says, and I know that off by heart because, like I say, I'm talking about what I says. So anyway, the debt was squashed. So I can't remember the depth of the bill, but hopefully all fines are squashed because I think I had two or three or four, 4 or 5, something like that.
Right.
But either way, they were chasing one, and it got squashed. It was whether they were chasing them all, I don't know. But I've not been chased afterwards. Anyway, put it that way. Anyway, like I say, I says to the guy, I sent it.
Hey, Michael. There's the link for Richard Boyd's. Is that where he's? Oh no, that's his channel. Yeah, that's his channel.
I think this is about time I started listening to you, man.
Why? What did somebody say the other day? Pack your bags because the rapture's coming.
Let Babs come in. Got nothing against her.
Abs? What do you mean? No. I said, what did they say the other day? They were going all around YouTube the other day and talking on Twitter the other day about the rapture. And it's now time.
There ain't no fucking rapture. This is the point. This is
but you told us all about it.
Yeah, but I told you all about it. You should try and wake us up because there is no such thing. There is no such thing as a fucking rapture. No such thing. Nobody's going anywhere. We're all staying fucking here.
They were telling me the other day that the ones that are the godly people, they're all going to rise up. They're all going up.
Oh, mate, it's about your frequencies. It's about if you can balance yourself, and all it is a higher consciousness, mate. It's been pulled apart left, right, and centre by the powers to be to confuse us as in depth as possibly as much as they can, so everybody's confused, so nobody gets the right frequency. Just say you got to be in harmony with yourself, and this is the way it works. You got to be in harmony with yourself, right? And distinguish yourself away from the lies. In other words, wait. The rhythm's going to come. Like I was trying to say to Laura earlier, let's just say somebody's playing a tune, music, right? Whether it's violin, harp, whatever it is, your body's going to tune in. And if your body can tune into that tune, then you're on that journey, as you can claim as a rapture. Yeah. And you're going into the 5D world. The rest of the and we've got it's only until 2030, mate. All of this is going to happen before 2030, right? And those that need to stay here, that can't let go of the reality that they see, like family, items at home, this, that, and the other, they're going to stay here. Those that are evaluated by the way that they can free think are going. They're called the chosen ones.
Right. So in 5 years' time, Peter, if we're still on here, you're going to be telling me it'll be 2035 next.
I won't be telling you anything because I won't be here by 2030. I guarantee you that, because in 2027, even Kim Clement has stated there's going to be a new star born in 2027, to the point where it's like that light will penetrate all of Earth. Nobody, and you've heard the story, nobody will be able to hide from that light, no matter how deep they are in the earth. If you haven't, well, I'm surprised. So my point is, a bunker won't save you. Everything's going to penetrate. The light's going to penetrate everything. The deepest parts of this earth, the world is going to be enlightened, and that's what it's called. This is what I say about AK. AK, you should know all of this. You're a starseed and this, that, and the other, and everything else, all the walking, this, that, and the other. I tried to explain to him today. that a starseed.
AK is nothing. AK is a fucking mental disorder, right? And
He's a
if it was
wannabe. He's
if it
just a
was
wannabe.
if it was 10 years ago, he'd been bobbing mental home.
He's a wannabe. He wants to be something he's not. He's a wannabe. That's all that I see that AK is. Sorry, AK, but that's what I see because you don't want a conversation. You want to be rude. You want to be obnoxious. You want to be controlling. You want to tell everybody how to think. And I'm sorry, that ain't the way I live. Like, I'm free thinking and free speaking to Smiler tonight, and I'm not having an argument about anything. Whereas when you talk to him, he just wants to try and pull you apart. You're wrong. You're wrong. Okay, I'm wrong. Explain how I am.
That's because he's a pisshead.
Ain't we all? We all have a beers,
And,
mate. It's Saturday
and
night. I've had a drink tonight, smiling, mate. It's Saturday night.
he's an angry drunk.
I'm not an angry drunk, but if you get me angry, I can be drunk. You get me?
No, but AK's an angry drunk. You can hear him winding himself up. You can literally hear the cogs going. You can hear his voice climbing.
I do notice all of that. It's like the
Right.
cogs turning. It's like the cogs turning. You can hear the
These
oil.
new age hippie types that claim they're starseeds are very empathic people.
Hey, I'm a fucking starseed. What he's trying to fucking say?
Hmm?
I've never ever wanted to be a starseed. I've understood. Like I say, I tried to explain to AK 20 years ago. I came across Dolores Cannon, and she was talking about starseeds and indigos and this, that, and the other, and everything else. Yeah, and it sounded. And now 22. Well, I'm 57 now. I was 22 when I came across this shit. I just came out of a near-death experience. And I started noticing and coming across all of this kind of like information. Now I'm a very skeptical, even though I don't seem to be. I'm a very skeptical sort of a guy. I tend to listen, look, and then learn. Yeah. And what I need to learn is what I've worked out of what I found. In other words, I'm a bit of an archaeologist. Yeah. I dig deep and I go with what I found. Do you know what I mean? Because it's structural and it's fact. I'm not a conspiracy theorist and I don't live on the top of earth just living a life of surfing. No, I don't. I need to know my journey through and through. Why I'm alive. Why I'm alive is the first thing. Second thing is what have I got to find? Why I've been alive? And the third thing is this: what am I going to find at the end after being alive and finding all of this? You know what I mean? Most people ain't going to ask questions like that. They're like, yeah, and come up for an argument. I watched your live the other morning. I got up at 5 o'clock and I seen your live going the other morning. And I seen people arguing this and that. I was going to say morning smile, and I thought, fucking hell, I'm not going to get involved in this. So what I did is I waited until
I was only live this morning. You did say hello this morning.
when I did
I haven't been live for weeks.
I applied at 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock onwards. But I was awake at 5 o'clock watching you. I was listening to the conversation with Babs and this, that, and the other, and everything else. You know what I mean? And no offense towards the girl, I don't know her, but certainly don't like her. I
Hi.
certainly do not like her. There is something about her being very bossy. There's something about her that she needs to be meaningful. In other words, she needs to be noticed, and I don't like people like that. I need people that's on level, that's balanced. She is not balanced, and I don't see no balance in that woman. I see her worse than Zara. Put it that way.
Wow, Peter, I can't believe you
And I
said
get
that.
and I guarantee you, because of what I turned around and said, she's going to be fiery back to me with her response. I guarantee you that. Instead of being amicable and turn around and ask, okay, How did you find this out? How did you do that? All she's gonna do is come back and say, "That Peter Pope, who the fuck is he? Fucking," and that's all she fucking does.
But
She
you've
tries
just
to
been.
frighten everybody to fucking like her. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not frightened and I don't like you. Job done. But I do see a lot of you fucking back cowering like you're gonna get a piece. You know what I mean? I really do see that. Like somebody, like she's offering a piece to one of you, and you all got your hands out for a fucking piece. Fucking hell. She wouldn't know what to do if she had a real man in the first place. Never mind a man getting a fucking hard on. She doesn't even know what a fucking hard on is because she's never had one.
Peter,
She's had, she's had a limp.
Peter,
She's had a
Peter.
limp. She talks about people in that way. I can talk about her in the same way. Come on.
No, Peter, she's not here to defend herself, right? Peter, you
And
don't
neither
know
was
her.
half the people
You
she's
don't.
talking about.
You don't know her husband, right? Right, Peter, you're talking shite. You're talking bollocks, right?
Yeah, but I never see you say that about her when she's talking the same shit about somebody else. I never see you say that. I never see you close down her when she's talking this shit about anybody else. But I see you close down, hence me, when I tend to repeat what she's done to others. All I'm
Well,
doing is mimicking.
I've just closed down Peggy for talking about Ron or Maria, one of the two, or or both of. Yeah. So I tell people, yeah, if those people
I'm
aren't
not
here
saying
to
you're not
defend
brave,
themselves,
Smiler. I'm
right
not saying you're not brave,
now,
Smiler. You are. You are
now
very brave. One of the most
when she
honestly.
was talking about Gason last night, I fully supported what she said. Yeah. Now
Well, I don't because everybody's allowed an
you are
opinion.
talking completely off your bonds, having a go at
Well,
Babs.
the reason why I'm doing it is because I'd like to see her response. Watch her critic, and she knows absolutely fuck all about me. Watch the way that she's going to talk about me. All she's going to do is try and rubbish me, bring up anything that she knows about me. She won't because she has nothing. This is what I'm saying about a Freelander. Yeah, she's a Freelander. That's what she is a Freelander. And you know what you lot do is you chase pussy too much. She's a woman, so what? She's got a flange to give, but you just turn around and close the door. She's married. So then why chase a lost cause? And that's what I see her as. All she's got is anger and pain to put about towards others. She has got no philosophy in her to come with an intellectual conversation. She does not have at all. And I see a lot of people chasing a flange that you're never going to get. Your lost cause is a liar.
Peter? Who's chasing a flange? What are you going on about, Peter?
The flange is the
Do you
pussy. The flange
do
is the pussy.
do you not have female friends in the real life?
Yeah, I do, mate. But it doesn't mean
So
so I have to change.
so
It doesn't
those
mean so I have to
female
chase.
friends,
It
so those
doesn't mean say
female
I have to chase
friends, so
the
those
cut
female
between the
friends,
legs.
are you? So those female friends that you have in the real life, are you chasing their flange, Peter?
I'm doing nothing but being a man by being amicable and walking away for something that is offered at times, which I don't want. I'm trying to be. I fell out with a few people today. Let's bring something to the table today. Then I fell out with a few people today because I choose a different way of seeing or thinking or wanting to be. I'm not happy with what's being presented to me because I don't want it. And I don't want to go
So
deep into it.
because Babs doesn't sit here and speak about conspiracy theories and sit here and speak about fucking star
All
seeds and
she
all the
does, she
rest of the
slags other
bollocks.
people down, mate, and tries to big herself up to say, I'm the bit, I've got it right. Oh, this is the way that man's acting. And oh, you must believe in what I've got to say. If you don't, I'm going to fucking slag you down and I'll fucking pull you up. That's what I see from Babs. I'm taking control of your panel. You're blocked. You're fucking. I don't know what you say. You're blocked. You're blocked. You're blocked. You're blocked. That's what she does, mate. So really, really smaller. Really smaller. Do you need her? Come on.
Who is she blocked?
As most people as she can possibly block when she doesn't like what they respond. I've been blocked twice or 3 times. If not, I'm totally blocked from her.
Well, how come you managed to chat in the fucking type in the chat?
Because you've
How
unblocked me.
come you managed? I haven't unblocked you. You've never been blocked.
Zara blocked me and you unblocked me. It's the same fucking scenario, mate. But you're not seeing
Zara
the same
blocked.
scenario.
The two people are in
You're
two
just not
different
seeing it.
echelons.
Zara
Two
had
different
you.
echelons.
Zara had you and played you like a fool. So is this other girl doing the same thing. Wake up, Smiler. Wake up. When
Babs is
somebody
playing.
has
Are
more
you
power
fucking stupid or what?
than you in your show, makes you look the fool. When a woman takes over on your show, makes you look the fool. Yeah. She's there, she's loud, she's proud, and she chucks everything to everybody. She was on Dave's channel the other day and took over his channel. Why does she need to take over anybody's channel? Why can't she just shut up for a bit and listen to others' points of view? Why does hers need to be so forceful when it needs to be?
She took over Dave's channel because she's a fucking admin on Dave's channel, and Dave was fast asleep, and she jumped up there, yeah, to protect his channel because of the nonsense that they were talking about on the panel. Yeah. So she jumped up there to protect Dave's channel.
I
don't see
didn't
a
say there
problem with
wasn't a
that.
reason. I asked why there was a reason.
And
You
that's why
explained it.
she's an admin.
But I don't like her, and she doesn't like
Well,
me.
that's your opinion, you
She
know.
doesn't like me.
And
I don't
like,
know. No, watch this, Smiler. Watch this. She's going to come and cry a river. He doesn't know me. No, and you don't know me, but you was the first one to slag me down. Said jog on, bitch.
Peter, everybody's seen you picking fights with everybody else and threatening to doorstep people. You know,
I just want to hear her comeback. I just literally want to hear her comeback. Literally want to hear her rip me apart. Because if she had a conversation with me without speaking over me, she wouldn't really have a square that fitted the missing square on this fucking panel that you're showing behind you. She wouldn't have a square. Listen, I'm going to show you how to really speak to women like her. Yeah. You need to really put them into place and turn around and say, bring the evidence. All she talks is hot air. It's like farting without a stink. That's all she's doing. Yeah. She wants to rip people apart. I've seen her, I've watched, I ghost a lot of fucking channels. And I see her all the time giving it 10 to the dozen, but yet brings nothing to the table. All she brings is hot air and a fart. The breath.
Peter,
She
I wouldn't,
is-
Peter, for 1 second, I wouldn't underestimate her because she can back up
So then
everything
let's see
that
what
comes
she
out of her
brings then,
mouth.
Smiler. This is a
Everything that,
challenge. This is a challenge,
comes out of
Smiler.
her mouth,
Smiler. Smiler.
she will
She
back
won't do
up.
me jack shit,
Yeah?
mate. Watch this. This is a challenge, Smiler. Let's see her be the woman that she claims she is. I guarantee you, when she stands in front of me on these channels, these next lives, she's going to give it the best she can. Then I'm going to come back intellectual. I'm going to rip her apart. Bring it on, Smiler. Let's see who's chasing pussy, because I'm certainly not.
Who's chasing pussy? I mean, that is absolutely totally
A lot of the
disgusting,
fucking
Peter.
fools, including you muppet. Yeah, you're not chasing pussy after like, oh, you sound nice. Oh, and you let her get away with the dirty, disgusting way she talks about people online. Really, Smiler? You're fucking a walkover, mate, when it comes to Panani. I've seen you with Zara, the same fucking thing. No woman will walk over me
hang on,
like I'm
hang
some
on,
kind of
hang on,
muppet.
hang on. She was defending half the fucking panel.
Crimea River. Zara
half the
walked
fucking
over you,
panel,
and so does this fucking
bringing to light what Gayson is doing. Bringing to light what Gayson did to James Patrick.
Oh, come
yeah?
on. What are other people doing to other people? What is she doing to other people when she speaks to people
changing a
in the
fucking voice,
mannerism that she
Peter.
does? Is she
Changing a
not
fucking
acting in the
voice,
same
Peter.
mannerism than Jason? Is she not gay
Peter,
in the same way? Come on.
Peter, you're being a fucking dickhead. Yeah?
Okay, come on.
You're being a dickhead. Yeah?
Explain.
Robert, Peter's talking about Babs, the fucking idiot.
So I'm an idiot to bring my perception of thought by listening to somebody that acts that she has control of everybody's panel. And she's blocked me a few times. This is my point. Yeah. And she's blocked me for my controversial, bringing up what I do bring. Yeah. And I
Peter,
think,
Peter, I think it was more of Peter Pope, you're a boring cunt, good night. That was the case.
oh, is that what you're saying right now?
Cunt.
Is that what you're saying right now?
No, that's what she said to you.
But is that what you're saying right now?
No, you're being very derogatory.
Well, it was very similar that night.
For a person you don't know.
It was very similar that night when she blocked me. It's the same kind of like conversation. She didn't like when I confronted her with certain panelists, certain questions. So what she did instead was block me.
Where did you confront her? Where did you confront her?
I tried to get on the panel and I was blocked. How's that?
On which panel?
The last panel shoot, I think it was now I'm talking about at least 3 months ago. Yeah, I was in a chat and she blocked me in the chat. So I tried to get on the panel and I was blocked on the panel. So I was ended up not given a chance to speak. And this is the reason why I have what I have. I don't sit back and say that all of a sudden I'm going to pick my nose and make it bleed and cause an argument. No, people do things to me first before I retaliate. And if they don't like my retaliation, that girl turned around and says, and she blocked me, oh, I just don't like him anyway, so I'll block him. That's her words.
Whose panel?
I can't remember, like I says, about 3 months ago. She will remember. And listen, you can bring her on a panel right now, and she won't lie about any part of this if she's a true woman. If she's a true woman and sticks by her word, she will say, I'm right in everything I just said. I should say I'm right in everything I just said because I lived it. She fucking performed it. It's what happened out of her hand in her life. So I received it. So yes. Let's see if she lies.
Peter, why is she going to lie? She'll just wipe the fucking floor with you, put you in your fucking place, slap you fucking stupid, and make you look a fucking idiot.
I'm waiting for the challenge then, Smiler. I'm waiting for the challenge, Smiler. Go live tomorrow. Bring her on tomorrow, mate.
Peter, you're making yourself look an idiot now.
I'm begging, please.
You're attacking a woman. You're attacking a woman that isn't here. Yeah. So
you're not listening, Smiler. I am begging. Bring her on. Let her fucking put me down, and I guarantee you, I will pull her apart. I did with Zara, and I will do with any other woman that comes in front of my face. She's not man enough. She will need her boyfriend to step in. She's not man enough. Same as no man on this YouTube is man enough when I doorstep you. Full stop. I won't doorstep a woman, but I will chat the same way I doorstepped you. Full stop. Let's see how she conducts herself.
It's your
Let's see how she conducts herself.
It's your
All she's going to do is shout. She's
It's
not
your
going to have.
manhood.
She's not.
It's your
She's not.
manhood.
And she's going to talk over me.
Peter, it's your fucking manhead bruised because you
All
fucking
you're going to do is
yeah.
talk over me. Same as she's going to talk over me. It's not going to be a
Peter,
man
you're
to
talking
woman
over me, you fucking idiot.
conversation.
Yeah? You're a fucking
And you've been
idiot,
doing it
Peter.
to me,
You're
so
an
I'm playing it
idiot,
back.
Peter. I've been doing it. No, I haven't no fucking left you fucking run
You
your
just
gob.
fucking muted me 2 seconds ago, you prick.
I haven't booted you.
Muted me, you did.
Yeah, because you're fucking speaking over me.
Oh,
You
there you
fucking
go. So,
your ego's fucking bruised. Your fucking Willy Winkle is fucking shriveled up because a fucking woman has put you in your fucking place, you fucking asshole. Yeah?
why does it? Why
And
does it?
you
Why does
are
it?
a known fucking woman hater, aren't you, Peter?
So what you're trying to say is that the woman's going to come and going to be bisexual and use sexual intuitions to pull me apart.
Oh,
So
Peter,
she's going
Peter,
to say,
fuck off,
"I've got
Peter.
a small weenie."
You fucking absolute moron, Peter. You're an absolute fucking moron. Absolute moron, Peter. What a fucking idiot. A fucking known fucking woman hater fucking attacking a woman that ain't even fucking here. What a fucking idiot. Okay, B. Yeah, radio. Fucking idiot, man. Fucking idiot. You know, is that Mr. Not So Nice Guy?
Yeah, that's the one. Did I fall asleep in the panel last night?
You did indeed.
Fuck's sake. What happened doing that? Yeah.
You did indeed. What's that? Says Robert.
Yeah, I think JPM and Paul C might need a word, like, because like we're going at each other and chat, but yeah.
Oh yeah, I know. I was trying to keep an eye on the chat. I'm just waiting for somebody to turn up with a fucking SIA license.
Fucking hell, Peter's off his nut as well, isn't he? Oh, I'm gonna have a good time and I'm gonna enjoy it. And then he started fucking getting vexed and pissed off and really angry. Fucking hell.
I think he's offended. I think he's offended because she stuck up. She stuck up for fucking Nathan against Vega. So Nathan can't get it through his head that she was actually sticking up for him and was taking the mickey out of Vega. And Nathan can't grasp that fact. And I think Popey was on with Nathan earlier prior to coming on here, you know, but obviously the alcohol's got to his brain, you know, and the
He
little
was
fucking.
declining like quickly.
Uh,
He was getting worse and worse and worse by the second.
I know, you know. You sent me something, have you, Robert? Hang on, hang on. Oh, that's funny, Robert. Fucking beauty.
We're gonna share or just fucking keep a secret?
It's a dog's chew toy called a Juicy, and it's the shape of a cock and balls.
Fair. Yeah, someone said I talked in my sleep. Like, was I talking in my sleep last night then, was I?
No, not at all. No, you were silent. You never even farted. I was quite
Fucking hell.
disappointed. You never even farted in your sleep. Right. Peter, I ain't being fucking rude, but you ain't fucking slagging one of my friends off that fucking ain't here to fucking put you in your fucking place, you little prick. You're
Yeah, calm down.
you're a woman hater. You fucking admitted so much and fucking served your fucking jail time for it. Fucking behave yourself. Behave
That's just for
yourself
you.
and fucking wind your fucking neck in, Peter. And under all your fucking laws,
Oh dear. Never mind.
you're a
Hopefully the night
fucking
will
idiot.
progress.
You're a fucking idiot, Peter. Idiot. Yeah, you tried the doorstep challenge on me and you fucking backed out.
Peter, I personally, I think if you've got like something to say to somebody, you should say it to them rather than talk about them. But that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. If you've got an issue with somebody, don't fucking be a girl and talk about it to somebody else. Confront the person and speak to them. Otherwise, you're weak.
Well, he is a weak man because women threaten him. He's got an inferiority complex to a woman.
Yeah, I don't know his personal battles or his fucking mindset or what have you, but yeah, maybe he needs to rethink his approach to things. What time were you on till anyway last night?
Uh, Fucking 8 o'clock this morning, was it?
Oh, was it? Fucking hell.
Uh,
I woke up and I was knackered and I didn't know what happened, whether I fell asleep or. So,
I don't know. I don't know how long it was before I realised that you were sleeping. I think I was going round muting the panel to find out where the squeaking was coming from.
squeaking.
Yeah.
That's not too good.
We had that strange noise, didn't we? It's like a weird, like a weird fucking leather city or something making funny noises.
I think I might have gone by then. Might have been flat out by then. I'm not sure. Was Babs being around today, or
No, I haven't seen her yet.
would you let him back up if she came on?
If she wanted to fucking deal with him, but
Yeah, no, fair.
I don't expect she'd give him the fucking time of day anyway.
No.
Yeah, it's fucking idiot, fucking idiot. You know, a fucking half decent conversation, and then he gets butter. and it just suddenly fucking drops all that bollocks. What a
This
complete
happened.
fucking arsehole.
This happened last night, then, did it?
No,
Or
it's just that. No, literally just then, as you as you came into the chat, it literally just the little fucking switch in his brain went, and he had a brain fart. But Nathan had done a live, and he'd gone up on the live with Nathan, but I never heard it because I was on a telephone call, so I didn't have YouTube volume up. But I saw him sat there on the panel with Nathan, and Nathan was on about fucking Babs,
right? Okay.
and that was what fucking Nathan's live was about, or something or other. I only caught the first couple of minutes of it, and then I had a phone call, so I'd muted it. I could see him up on the fucking panel, so I don't know what was said then.
Okay.
But Babs was the only one fucking defending Nathan last night, and Nathan's fucking stupid little brain as well can't fucking compute.
Yeah, it's a bit mad, isn't it? Yeah. Anyone gonna jump up then or what? Fucking hell. Come on, don't be so lazy.
Well, if we talk about the telephone call with Nixon, then James might pop up and tell us we're all fucking mad.
Telephone call with Nixon.
Yeah, ringing the moon.
Ringing the moon. Oh, yeah, I remember like something about that last night slightly, but like, yeah, it went over my head to be honest, and I'm quite drunk. Ringing the moon. Fucking hell. I seen a little tweet earlier that sort of caught my mind. So they say, how can you see the full moon when the light shines on it? Because when you shine light on the sphere, it has trouble reflecting all of the light. You only see a little spot back.
Right.
So if the moon is a sphere and the light is shining on it, how do we get to see the whole outline?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, where the fuck's that just gone?
JPM to the panel to talk about phone and the moon, please. Let's talk shite. Will be a good night, Mr. Nice Guy. Well, yeah, it's normally good nights when you talk shite, to be fair, so we're on a level. Touch, bruv, touch.
Let's talk shite will be a good night, Mr. Glasgow. You've just spoke shite, fucking Peter.
Like, listen to one of those old fucking generators, the whiny fucking things. Like, fucking shut up. Stop it. Shut up. Stop it. Be quiet. Thank you. You know what I mean? Little backhand. Smiler, why am I talking to my fucking self, man? Give me something. Fuck's sake.
Because I'm not believing what I'm reading.
Why saying, are you scared? Are you scared?
Yeah, I'm fighting.
Yo, AK, I'm still here, by the way. I was supposed to die on Wednesday, but I'm still here, bruv. So your curse or fucking hex or whatever the fuck you tried doing never worked. But better luck next time. Better luck next time.
So AJ, Team WoW, apparently has been hacked, right?
Right.
Its devices are infested with malware, blah, 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 blah. So now Agent X is trying to say that anything that was on the WhatsApp messages, as she's trying to say, was all hacked, was it?
Oh, I am not like up to date with all the messages that were sort of distributed and who was involved and this that, and the other. I've sort of heard bits, but I haven't really paid much attention. So, were they in the same group together then, AJ and Agent X? And then Agent X, you think maybe have hacked him? Oh,
No,
told myself.
they're trying to say that all the messages in the group were all hacked now.
Oh, knows.
Is
Fuck
that is
knows.
that is that is that the fucking defense now? Is it, to cover themselves up? The trouble is that fucking all the messages will have a fucking ping from a radio mast. Fucking idiot.
I honestly don't know like enough about it, but I saw Ministry's comment on somewhere yesterday saying, I have no idea what you're on about. But like, if things are showing that a certain person said something from their number, then you can't really deny it, can you?
No.
Unless it's hacked.
The information that's there isn't fucking hacked.
So what I know is that you were in this group, but you put the information out. So like, don't be self-righteous. You know what I mean? Don't be like, because you're involved as well. But
I was the first person to admit it. That
yeah, but
I wasn't a, I
why did you
wasn't
admit it though?
I
Why
wasn't I
did you admit
wasn't I wasn't a bystander. I wasn't a bystander. I had some involvement. I was the first person to admit that. I didn't back down from that.
Yeah, but what made you sort of share whatever you shared when you did?
Well, as I said on the first night that I started sharing, right, that while it was in the group, it was in the group. It wasn't hurting anybody. Yeah. But when it actually came into people's real lives and started hurting people, it was fuck this for a game of soldiers.
But then was there no inclination that that was going to happen in the first place? Like if you're all looking for people's addresses or whatever, like isn't that intent?
I wasn't looking for anybody's
No,
addresses.
not saying you, but like the group as a whole. Like if people are looking for
Um,
addresses or information, isn't that like intent straight away?
those the addresses and shit like that were shared quite late on, and as soon as it was dropped in my lap, and AJ was getting blamed for it, I jumped up and defended AJ because it was dropped into the fucking WhatsApp groups. Who was doing it? Who was working with who? And I jumped up on the panel to be shut down by the person that was running the channel because he wouldn't have anything said against another person. So I put it out there. He shut it down. He didn't want to hear it. Whereas if he had listened in the first place, then perhaps it would have been stopped there and then.
Yeah, no, just trying to dig deeper because I don't know the full story, so I can't really comment. But I'm just curious about a couple of things that I have heard.
Hey up, banter.
But yeah, you also friends? Or is that a touchy subject?
Who?
All of the group members.
Am I friends with them now?
Yeah. You're still like
No,
happy gangs? No.
no, no. Me and Ministry spoke on Ron's panel the other night. When after he jumped off Ron's panel, I did send him a message because Ron was still going on about Harney. So I asked him a question. And
So break it down for me, like being an educated one. Like I sort of got a brief outline of what happened, but I don't know what actually went on. Like, so people were in the group, and you were talking about YouTube and people on YouTube and stuff like that. But then, what happened then? I honestly don't know, so I'm curious.
right, so you speak to one person, and one person's in a group, and then they have a group conversation, a group telephone call, and then they add you to a group.
Yeah,
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 right.
yeah.
So you become a member of a group. Yeah.
Well, not
Now,
necessarily. No. You don't have to
well,
accept.
if you accept the phone call, then you're brought into that group. You know, you're already in that group. Yeah, because you've accepted it.
Like, are
Right.
you on about like a group chat or just a group sort of conversation?
Group chat or a group telephone call.
Because to
You
create a
know.
group on WhatsApp, like you've got to invite people and they've got to accept.
Hmm. But if somebody is ringing you because they've got your phone number and they
Yeah,
are a member of a group and those people are in the group, and then that person says, "Oh, I'm going to add Smiler to the conversation a minute," yeah, because you're not a member of that group, you come up as a telephone number, yeah, and then
right.
whoever's admin of that group then makes you a member of that group, then you automatically become a member of that group then. So whatever name they've got you stored under in their phone becomes your name in that group.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
So there was basically 6 groups.
right.
And then there was individual telephone numbers, individual contacts. Yeah.
Yeah. Of
So,
course, of course.
there was basically 6 different groups. There was messages put into some groups. There was messages forwarded from one group to another group. Blah blah blah. Yeah.
Right.
Some, you know, like thing it, things don't interest you, and you don't click on the pictures, or don't click on the the memes don't play, or there's a number of images, and you have to click on them to open up all the images. But if you're
Yeah,
not, yeah, if you can't be bothered to click on the link, then you don't open it. Do you know what I mean?
yeah. No, for real, for real.
And if you're not, you're not engaging in that, and you're saying, "Oh, I'm going live in a minute," yeah, or well, I'm fucking researching Adolf Hitler or Churchill, or yeah, to change the subject in the group, and you're not interested in what the shit is, or you put a funny pair of eyes, or you make a silly joke or a silly comment, yeah, but you haven't opened what's been put there.
I'm involved in like plenty of groups, none of them YouTube related, but I'm involved like in a few groups on WhatsApp. But yeah, yeah. I had something to say then, but it's just fucking gone, escaped.
Yeah, obviously I'm in a family group and I'm in a couple of other groups, but it's fuck all to do with YouTube. It's nothing to do with YouTube whatsoever. And I'll never engage in a fucking YouTube group ever again.
So obviously you're having that chat and that conversation in that group, but then things got a bit serious, and then so you're saying when you hear Tyrone say about his wife and his family being doxxed,
Yeah.
that's when you decided to like say fuck it.
Yeah, on
Put it
the
out there.
on the 28th of January, 28th of January, I sent a message saying, "Fucking hell, Tyrone's leaving YouTube. He's been doxxed." So I clicked onto Tyrone's and I went back to the beginning of the live. I listened to what fucking Tyrone said, and then I asked people's advice. I said, "I'm fucking associated with all this information. All this information has obviously been shared and put out there, which has affected Tyrone, affected his wife." I said, "Am I doing the right thing, bringing it forward?"
So where you say Agent X has come out now and said it was hacked, are those people like still close, still in touch, as far as you're aware? The
Well,
ones
it
that
looks like
everybody's denied, haven't they? Everybody's denied, like kind of doing anything. So are they all sort of still in contact then?
well, it looks that way, doesn't it? It certainly looks that way. I mean, with all the fucking stupid little WhatsApp videos that she's been putting up of late, and trying to negate the blame from herself for doing what she was doing and who she was working with.
You
Yeah,
say
it's
she's put these
absolutely.
messages up recently.
Eh?
Did you say she's put these messages up recently in WhatsApp?
She's been doing community posts
Okay.
saying how people hack WhatsApp and all this bollocks. Yeah, but
Right. I got you. Yeah.
what
Trying to
what
allude,
she's
trying to
yeah
allude to it rather than say it,
yeah
and then
well,
say it, then eventually plant the seed.
yeah, and what she's saying is that every shop sells 99p 99p SIM cards. Yeah, but the thing is, a SIM card comes with a phone carrier. Yeah, so
Yeah.
when you join WhatsApp, yeah, you join with your phone number, which is owned by a carrier. Yeah,
Yeah.
when you
Yeah.
send now, if you get a 99p SIM card and you don't pay for data, then the only way you can get on is via Wi-Fi. Therefore, you're bouncing off your own Wi-Fi. Yeah,
Right.
so it'll be tagged back to your Wi-Fi. Now, if you
Yeah,
have
you're
got
right.
more data, then it'll be tagged off a radio mass, which is closest to your home or closest to wherever you are. Yeah. So
Yeah.
the messages sent have still got a digital ID, even though everybody thinks that WhatsApp's encrypted.
Oh,
Every phone's
WhatsApp's
got,
fucked. WhatsApp's fucked.
but every phone's got an IMEI number. Every phone has got a fucking ISP number. Yeah. And
So, like, VPNs
every
don't work
phone.
then.
No, VPNs are useless. VPNs are so easy to fucking hack.
It's like a scam, basically. Then selling them, like making out like so good that you can use them and this and the other. So it's a shit product.
Instead of VPNs are only any good to say that you're living in America so you can watch American TV. You know, that's all. That's all VPNs are good for. You know,
So how do you protect yourself then fully?
probably the only way you can fully protect yourself is with a proxy server.
Yeah, you've lost me now.
uh,
Yeah, it's the
Think
end of
of
that conversation.
think of a VPN, but a gold standard. A VPN's got a digital footprint. Uh, uh, um, a proxy hasn't got a digital footprint.
So it's like a third party kind of thing.
But it's like a man in the middle. Yeah, I mean you
Yeah.
get man, you get man in the middle of tax. So if you're sending me a message, yeah, then somebody can hack into that message before it gets to me. Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
going through a panel or on a server. Yeah, Rob. A proxy. You're using another server.
Right. Yeah. So has it been a nice day today then, or?
No, it was pissing down with rain. We're not supposed to have rain until Monday. I
Yeah.
was
No, it's
talking.
not
I was
fucking.
talking. I was talking to somebody on talking to somebody Wednesday or Thursday, and they were talking about the farmer's going to be fertilising. I said, well, if the farmer's going to be fertilising, then we got fucking rain coming then. And lo and behold, we have fucking rain today.
Yeah, start spitting earlier when I was out. Yeah. Meant to have like 9 days worth of like shit weather, apparently, crossing Wales and then going over to England. Well, crossing yours as well, probably. You're just below us, like, on the map. I think it's coming across like for the next 9 days. Apparently, it's going to be like mental.
Is it 9 days? Is it?
Well, apparently, yeah. I'm quoting on that though.
Yeah, if you use a VPN that says you're in France, you get ads in French. Yeah, you do. Like, but VPNs, I mean, unless you want to watch fucking free telly from around the world. Like, I mean, I had a VPN when they banned RT, Russian television, when they banned RT News. I had a
Mm-hmm.
VPN then so that I could watch RT. And then I could watch RT via Telegram, but then Telegram blocked RT as well. So it was like, fucking, I can see most of the posts in Telegram anyway. So I ain't
When was that? When
fucking,
they blocked Russia? Russia Today. When was that? How long
special
ago? Like?
military operation, wasn't it? When UK put
Oh, when they went
sanctions
in.
on Russia,
Ah,
we
okay.
stopped. We stopped buying gas. We stopped buying coal off Russia, and we started buying off Canada and China and fucking other places. Started paying through the
Yeah.
nose for it, you know. And then because RT was reporting on the Ukraine shit, then they banned RT News as well. Then they put
Uh,
sanctions on everything, didn't they?
yeah. I
I,
don't really watch TV to be honest. I can't like remember.
I
I do
think
remember seeing RT before.
yeah,
But yeah, I haven't watched TV for a while. So
I haven't watched mainstream TV for donkeys years. The only time we turned on mainstream TV was 10 o'clock at news during the fucking scandemic
yeah.
to watch Boris Johnson and fucking the rest of the fucking puppets
Cronies.
telling us the death toll every day. But they won't go. They won't go live now and tell us the death toll of everybody that rolled up their sleeves, will they?
No, it's fucking mental, bro. Because like I know like I, I've met a lot of people in my life. If that makes sense. I'm not necessarily friends with loads of people, but I've
Mm.
met a lot of people in my life, and people that I am in touch with, like it's quite a number. But like, it's surprising how many of them are like seriously ill now, or got cancer, or are going through some other health problem. It's fucking fascinating. It's just wow. It's a lot of people I think have been affected. A lot of people.
Mm. Yeah, and it's affected other illnesses as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, made it worse.
It's accelerated things as well.
Yeah, yeah. I'm like talking like young people. When I say young, I'm like talking 30, 25, 30. Do you know what I mean? But like people like having cancer and stuff. I know obviously
Yeah,
kids get it, and that's sad. And don't get me wrong, but like I'm just talking about the increase
yeah,
in
but
illness.
yeah, and then when you look at the common denominator, there's always a common denominator.
Yeah, and it's normally that
Mm,
what we were fucking given.
yeah, there's always a common denominator.
There's so many twisted news stories out there as well because like I've seen things where they said, "Oh, people are like suing a certain company," but then a couple of months or a couple of weeks later, then that certain thing is being promoted, and it's being promoted as a safe and effective thing. But do you know what I mean? It's like confusing
Mm.
because people have been injured. Like, but wasn't there a clause that if there was an injury, you couldn't claim?
Well, it's £125,000 for an injured person. Uh, Under Sunak, there was one set of rules, but now under Starmer, he's changed the rules of claim.
Right.
Right,
Two.
so I'm not 100% sure what rules he's changed it to, but under Starmer, it's more difficult to claim against the vaccine injured.
Right.
Whereas, like prior to Starmer coming in, there was many MPs standing up saying, "This person, that person, this person in my constituency have all been vaccine injured. When are they going to receive their payouts? This person has already passed away. When are their family going to receive the payouts?" You know, and Sunak was answering the questions, but now it's all being dropped out of Parliament and nobody's mentioning it anymore.
Forgotten about that.
Yeah, and it's like when the people, there's I think there was Facebook groups and they got shut down. There was Telegram groups, which were obviously still going. Now Trump's come in, um, and because what's he called that to answer in in American government, saying that he was shutting down all the COVID talk on Facebook or Meta.
Yeah.
And because he was working under the government, obviously he's had to walk a lot of stuff back. I get notifications now saying, "Do you want to put your post up because you're allowed to put it up now?" And it's like, you're fucking having a laugh, aren't you? It's 3 years out of date, but you banned me for saying it. But now you're saying it's okay to say it.
Hmm. Yeah.
It's a bit like YouTube. If you go on YouTube today and you talk about the jibby jabbers and everything else, they find it acceptable. But during the scandemic, as soon as you talked about it, you got a strike, didn't you?
Oh yeah, it was fucking forbidden. Forbidden fruit. Couldn't say
Yeah,
nothing. Couldn't allude
mm,
to it. You couldn't like everyone was calling it certain things
yeah,
like code. Do you know what I mean? Just try and get
yeah, yeah,
around it,
yeah, yeah,
but
yeah.
still getting struck or still getting in strife or bother or whatever.
Medical misinformation, wasn't it? Most of the time.
Yeah, but if you spoke positive about it though, you were fine. Like Crinkle.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
like,
exactly.
do you know what I
Yeah,
mean? So that
mm,
was complete fucking separation.
yeah.
Didn't make sense.
Mm.
And then he turned around then and said, like, if it's a fair and balanced conversation with both sides of the argument, then it's allowed. But truthfully, it was
Mm.
never allowed. As long
No.
as you were speaking against it. If you were speaking for it, then carry on.
Mm. Yeah, it was bizarre. Well, it wasn't bizarre. It was just complete shutdown, wasn't it? You weren't allowed to fucking go against it.
No, but like, I'll be honest with you. So I was having a chat with my mate not so long back about this, and he said like when it first came in, he stood on his doorstep, just like stood on his doorstep for one day, and it's quite active around here. Do you know what I mean? There's a few people around, what have you, but it was just dead, and he said to me he thought like fucking hell, it was like is this actually like the end? It was that kind of vibe at the beginning because of propaganda, the fear, the everything. And I kind of agreed with him, like, but I was skeptical anyway. But it was a scary time at the beginning, but
Well,
then things started falling apart.
we were on the first lockdown. We finished work, suitcases were already packed, loaded the car up, jumped in the car, tickets were already booked, pulled up at Dover, and she went, "Oh, thank," and she looked up past behind me, behind my car, and she went, "Oh, thank God for that." I said, "What's that?" She said, "You're the last person through." She said, "I'm going home in a minute." I said, "What do you mean you're going home in a minute? What, you've got a ferry at 12:30. You've got a ferry at 1 o'clock. You know, this is the first time I've ever been early to get my ferry."
Right.
And she said, "Oh no, Boris has locked the whole country down. This is the last ferry leaving Dover. So good job
Right.
you weren't late because there'd be no ferries." It's like, what?
So did
Yeah,
you miss
Boris.
the announcement then? Did you?
Yeah, so I missed the announcement, and we was at Dover. We got on the last ferry at midnight, um, and then next minute we were driving through Poland, driving through France, Germany, Netherlands, Poland,
Yeah.
going to Poland, and it was like, why is all these people walking around in masks?
Yeah.
You know,
Fucking mental.
like stop it. So we put the radio on and was listening to the radio, and it was like, well, we ain't got no fucking masks.
Well, it's mental because like they were showing reports on the news at the time of like people walking around in China and just collapsing and dying on the street. Apparently, do you know what I mean? And it was just like, right, so that's what's coming over here. But it was fucking portrayed as like being this proper bad, nasty thing, like where people were dropping down on the street, dead.
Yeah, it was craziness. It all propaganda, wasn't it? To fucking scare tactics.
Like, don't get me wrong, like, a few weeks, couple of months into it, like, started seeing cracks and holes and what have you. And obviously, people I was talking to were thinking the same. Like, one of my mates, he went on holiday, he refused to wear a mask.
Mm.
He said there was no problem either. He refused to have a job as well, and then went on holiday. And like, they said he said it was no problem going on holiday, but they were still
It was no.
questioning.
It was. We went on holiday all the way through. We went holiday all the way through it to Poland. We got the ferry all the way. And when you booked the ferry, right, all you had to do was have the home test kit. Yeah, all you had to do was give them the barcode off the home test kit. Yeah, and saying a
Yeah,
negative test. So you were self-diagnosing. Yeah, but you weren't actually fucking even doing the test. You were just saying it's negative, and then you was booking the ticket, you know, and then you had to do the same to come back into the country again, you know. So as long as you did it all online prior to booking or at the time of booking your tickets, you know,
yeah,
as long
yeah.
as you did it all online, you know, you didn't have a problem. It was the people that hadn't done it and they arrived at the ferry port and then they took them off to a little fucking room and then made them do a test
Right.
and then they was allowed to get on the ferry. But if you scan
Okay.
that barcode or
I'd say it was now.
QR code, then you were telling them that you was fucking negative. Therefore, you was negative. Um, and like another time, they were saying without the jab, if you had it in the 14 after the 14 days, yeah.
Yeah,
So
then you were safe,
what?
innit? Like you had to wait 14 days for it to sort of get in, was it? As far as
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
aware.
So I mean, what the school did is they sent the kids home from school saying that um, somebody in the classroom had caught it. Yeah. Now
Yeah,
the kids come home from school, and the sticks were saying positive. Yeah. So
mm,
then they sent somebody around to the front door that then did the fucking test on the doorstep from Boots the chemist or wherever they came from, right? So
right.
we were all on fucking isolation at home for 14 days, right? Well, as soon as that 14 days, I was sitting there and I was listening to the fucking news and seeing what they were saying, and it was like, oh well, if you've had it, you don't need a jab because you've had it, so
Yeah,
you've
you
got the
should be immune.
antibodies.
Yeah,
So you can now travel.
herd immunity.
Yeah, you can now travel to another country because we we were going to go back over to Poland, but it was like fucking hell. When we arrive in Poland, we got to fucking isolate for 2 weeks when we get there. You know, so
Yeah,
as soon as the tests all came back positive and we isolated for the fucking 14 days apparently. Straight away we could book the ferry, we could give the fucking barcodes to say that we'd all had it. Then when we arrived in Poland, as soon as we got there, dropped all our fucking cases, left the kids in the fucking house with mother and father in law, and we went straight downtown. We didn't even have to isolate because we was like on 15th or 16th day after isolating for 14 days because apparently it proved positive. So it was all bollocks. Loads
yeah,
of people I knew that was going on fucking holiday, going on flights, and it's like, you go on the ferry and everybody's wearing a bib,
yeah. Fucking
but
right. I
but
chip
you walk round
changing.
with a cup of coffee or a cup of hot chocolate in your hand, and you didn't have to wear a bib.
No, you even see some cunts driving round solo in their car with the fucking
Oh
mask
yeah,
on. Like, do you know what I mean?
yeah.
I'm
We
thinking, what are
had
you doing, bruv?
we
Like,
had we
fucking
had
hell.
customers come into the garage that had covered all their fucking vents up in their car with masks.
Oh, jeez.
And it's like,
Well,
what the fuck, man?
it's
You know,
insanity beyond, isn't it?
yeah. I mean, like we had nurses, we had doctors come in, and and it's like, are you for fucking real? Look, there's a tester. Have a look at what you're fucking rebreathing by wearing that mask. You're killing yourself by
Yeah.
fucking rebreathing in the carbon dioxide that you're breathing out and then rebreathing it back in.
And those fucking plastic face visors, do you know what I mean? As if they make a fucking difference. You still got the side effect. What the fuck? And then sneeze into your elbow and then elbow bump each other rather than fist bump,
yeah,
elbow bump or shake hands. You
yeah,
just fucking sneeze into your elbow and it's a bad thing. So, like, you're telling us to elbow bump? Fucking hell.
yeah.
Just contradiction all the way through.
I know. It was crazy. Yeah, loads of false positives enter. Uh, tomatoes would prove positive. Oh, fucking water in the garage was reading positive. I did a video of it. I put it on fucking YouTube and I got struck by, not YouTube. I put it on fucking um, Facebook and got fucking banned.
But I'm sure I
So,
saw videos at the time as well of like people swallowing plants or their dog's arsehole coming back positive. So, you know what I mean? Fucking nuts.
uh, keep the chat insane. I need a slash.
What's happening, chat? You all good? Well, fuck yourselves then.
Yeah, you had to wear a bib on the ferry. I wore a bandana around my neck and pulled it up when challenged just to do my job. I didn't bother tight. I just went straight to the fucking, what's it called, restaurant, bought a fucking hot chocolate or a coffee.
I know it. That's the mad thing. You could eat so long as like you're having a drink, or you could
Yeah.
drink so long as you're eating, or whatever. Like one of the two, innit? Like I can't remember which one, but like,
Yeah.
fuck's sake.
Mhm. Crazy, crazy times.
What's happening in Israel and Palestine now? Then they still fighting, or
I don't know. Looked all week. Looked.
last I heard was something. Well, I heard something I read, and it just said that the IDF has sort of gone into Palestine, and everyone was shifting again from one area to another. So
Yeah,
I didn't really read.
they did a leaflet drop or something yesterday. I seen notification came up on the screen. But the IDF reservists, the RAF,
Right,
there's
yeah,
apparently so many thousands of IDF pilots, and they've all refused, and they're all, and basically it's toppling Netanyahu's rule of the country, because um, he's only doing it as a political stand, but it's political to save his political career, and by sending the troops in, it's only keeping him in power longer, and basically
yeah. But
all he is.
when they're saying like halfway through that what's going on now, that he was going to be arrested for war crimes after it's ended, or
Well, yeah,
something like that.
but I mean the ICJ have issued arrest warrants, didn't they? And he went to did he go to Hungary, and then Hungary never fucking arrested him,
I couldn't tell you. I'm not sure.
and then
I
he and
just
then he
remember.
went and then he went from Hungary to America and
Right,
met up with Trump.
fair.
Um, but like a few years ago, you had somebody that had an arrest warrant on them, and as soon as they flew into certain air, the two fighter jets came in and fucking forced the plane to land at the nearest airport, and they fucking arrested the person, didn't they? But they haven't done that. They haven't done that with fucking Satan Yahoo. Yeah, they've
Satan,
let
yeah.
they've let him get away with it, haven't they?
Have they though, or do you think like as soon as it sort of comes to an end, or he loses his political power, then they'll go in and be
Well,
taken out?
he's been dodging the bullet for a few years, hasn't he? Because he's had this fucking trial over his head for a few years, which he keeps using. I mean, he was supposed to be in court, right? Answering to all the fucking corruption charges he was up on, right? And he got a last minute stay of appeal for the court case, because he said all of a sudden there was going to be another October the 7th attack, and we had to go and bomb the Palestinians. So it was an emergency. There was going to be another fucking October the 7th. So we started a bombing campaign, and America was fucking bombing with us. And, I've just got too much to do with this war, so I can't possibly come and give my evidence in court. So they gave him a fucking stay, and then they moved this trial date to another day.
Right. It'll all come out in the wash in the end, whether it'll be 100 years from now or whatever. It will all come out in the end. The truth, what went on, whether it was pre-planned, whether it was organised. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. It don't make
Well, it's
sense. Like,
stupid.
why move the
It's
festival closer and not have boundaries or security? Yeah, it don't make
Well, it's
sense.
stupid. It's stupid, really. What's the point of the United Nations? Right now, United
Money,
Nations.
money,
Yeah,
money. That's
yeah,
what's the fucking point.
yeah. United Nations. They've got case after case, right back to 1967. They've got cases back to 1948. Yeah. Now
Yeah. Oh,
they've
sorry.
got cases. They've got cases and fucking, registered numbers, fucking act number so and so of 301, and they've got fucking hundreds and hundreds of evidence where Israel bad, yeah, Israel
Yeah.
broke international law, but nothing. I mean, you had all these Israelis giving evidence at the United Nations the other day, a couple of weeks ago, and they gave fucking damning evidence against Israel. And they're Israelis giving evidence against Israel, and other ones telling them how the captivity under Hamas was and how the captivity under fucking Israel was, So they all gave the evidence and everything else, The same as October the 7th. They went through thousands and thousands and thousands of photographs, yeah? And all the fucking, not one single photograph showed anything to do with fucking somebody losing their head. Nothing showed evidence of grape. The fucking Israeli police officer, I can't remember what her name is, even though they claimed that they had these grape victims, she still hasn't interviewed one single person who was supposed to be raped. And she put that information to the United Nations. United Nations, they carried out their fucking investigation. Now, they were blocked by Israel and then just given hundreds and hundreds of photographs. Well, the photographs didn't prove nothing. They hadn't done DNA, they hadn't done anything else, so there was no sperm samples, Obviously, if they're graping and they're ejaculating, well, where's the sperm samples? There was none, So they completely debunked all Israel's propaganda and the rest of the world, and that fucking woman newspaper reporter that ended up having to fucking completely retract what she said about fucking beheadings. That army officer, he's already admitted that he
Yeah,
fucking lied.
listen, man, listen. I think some things did go on like that day, obviously, but I wasn't there, so I don't know, and I never will know. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if it's propaganda. I don't know, but I'm sure like some things did happen that day that were unsavory. But just because like people have seemed to debunk it doesn't mean to say that they actually have. Does that make sense?
They did a massive. They did two massive investigations, two big dossiers of information and evidence supplied by Israel, and they investigated the evidences, and they couldn't confirm whether any of the atrocities that Israel claimed had happened. They couldn't confirm it. They couldn't quite get. They couldn't confirm any of it happened. Right. So they said that we believe that at war there is war crimes, but we can't confirm it with the evidence that's been supplied to us that there has been those crimes committed,
Right.
because we have seen no evidence that those crimes have been committed. Have been, those crimes have been.
Do you
We've
think it
seen
could
no
be an
evidence.
inside job then?
Did you not see my? Did you not see my live stream the other day with the AI generated victims, the AI generated
No.
attacks
No.
right. I put up a video where a video editor has gone into all the October the 7th videos that were sold to us by CNN and Israel, etc., and everything. So, like, if I'm doing printing, yeah, I've got to do my printing in 300 DPI. Yeah.
Right.
Now, everything is done by pixels, in it, right?
Mm.
So, if you remember the old Ready Breck adverts, and you had that warm glow all the way around your body if you ate Ready Break before you went to school, yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
all these videos have all been AI generated. And AI struggles with fences, it struggles with fucking walls, it struggles with loads of things, yeah. Like the fences were bending, the fucking anti-tank weapons were bending, the AKs, the fucking slide was moving left to right with the road, yet the muzzle was dead straight, you know. There was loads of AI generated footage that was played to us that they were attacks, you know.
Yeah. I don't know. You can make
No, yeah,
you can make a case for both, can't you? You can be AI
no,
from being attacked or AI from not
no.
being attacked.
No, the guy is a video editor. He does video editing for court, and what have you, to prove whether
Yeah. So he says,
footage.
oh, so his qualifications are, but I'm sure there's other video editors out there that could put together a collage of it happening. Do you know what I mean? Just different opinions.
No,
Just
this was taken from original footage. This is taken from original footage, which was supposed to be dash cam footage and Hamas camera footage, right? So it was original footage, but it was all doctor. Even the motorbikes, even the people on the motorbikes. It was all AI. You know, so if you got two motorbikes that go past each other, handlebar to handlebar, yeah, right.
what
The
on
person,
the same way or opposite directions? How do you
so
mean? Next to
imagine
each other or passing?
next to each other. So next to
Right,
each other. So
right.
say you're pulling up to somebody to have a conversation, yeah, right. So you park alongside somebody, right.
Okay.
So the person on the fucking Suzuki and the other person sitting on the Kawasaki, yeah, as they got a bit closer to each other, one person completely morphed into that other person's body, and as they went past, they then came back out again. You know, people's heads were literally, their necks were growing 2 foot long and then fucking shrinking back again. You know, and the person was literally bouncing up and down in a pickup truck from one frame to another frame, to one frame back to another frame forward. You know, at 2 frames, you could see all the fucking background moving with them. The lamp posts, right? So where you had a person that was inserted by AI, yeah. When you went from one frame to another frame, the lamppost got 6 foot taller, but you know, as the lamp comes out at the front and then the light is there, yeah. So it's like an inverted L shape, isn't it? Yeah. The fucking lamppost was growing by 6 foot, and the where the light was completely becoming detached. That was staying there, but the lamppost was growing up and down. It was fucking mental, man.
It's like you're tripping balls, but you're not.
Yeah. I'll put the video out there again.
That's all a fucking distraction at the end of the day, innit? That's what they say.
But, oh yeah, I mean,
distraction to us.
enter. I can have a AI newspaper. Sorry, an AI host. So say I was making videos and I wanted somebody to sit there and talk in front of the camera. I can make AI person in CapCut as a real human being that's sitting there saying everything, like fucking Henry Crinkle does when he fucking pretends to be Mr. Bean, and when he pretended to be Klaus Schwab and all that lot. I can have an AI person fucking doing what I'm doing now, but sat on camera. Hey up, Ron.
Right, Ron, right. Yeah, lots of the answered for then. Something's going on.
Yeah, it was bizarre. It was strange.
Thing is, there's so many things going on that we're never going to get to what's actually going on because there's so many distractions.
Yeah, cars morphing into other cars and all kinds of shit was going on. It was strange. Spider AI co-host sponsored 1980s Casio calculator watch.
They were dogs bollocks back then.
There was nothing wrong with those Casio fucking.
Oh, you'd rock the pass if you had one.
Casio calculator watches. I saw somebody the other day, a geeky person building a computer the other day, still wearing one. Oh, sorry. Where's that fucking banner to? Hello.
Hello, not Smiler. Hello, Mr. Nice. Hello, Beyonce and November Man and everybody else. Hopefully, you're all well and your families are well.
Yeah, good. How are you?
Yeah, we're all good. We're all good. You know how it goes.
Good.
Lovely. Yeah, I heard you was talking about VPNs, Mr. Nice.
Yeah.
What you need to worry about if you do consider buying a VPN is make sure you get involved with a good VPN provider. If it's some of that, don't ever go with a cheap one, a free one, or a cheap one.
Right.
Yeah, you do have trials where you can have trial runs. The main thing to do is when you hook up your VPN, download it. Also on the actual browsers, you can get one of these add-ons which adds to your browser, and then that gives you the options to actually run the VPN through the browser as well. A lot of people don't forget about doing that. But yeah, one of the add-ons you can add to your browser, and because you're with the company,
and they'll ask you to log in more likely and say, right, is this you? In other words, because you signed an account with them. But yeah, if you go with the free ones, cheap and nasty VPNs, then yeah, don't even bother. It's worth going with reputable ones, which is like NordVPN, Surfshark. I think there's one called Tunnel Bear or something. That seems
Right,
to be.
NordVPN has been hacked. Surfshark has been hacked.
Yeah, that's years ago. Years and
No,
years and years.
still now.
No, years ago. Well, there's
Still
an
now.
easy test.
You
There's an
can go
easy
straight
test.
on. You can go straight on to GitHub.
There's an
and you can
easy
go-
test. There's an easy test. You can do it yourself. Yeah. Switch off your VPN, yeah, and type in your IP address, right? And it'll tell you what your IP address. Once you turn on your VPN, go through the same browser and type in what's my IP address. It will give you a totally different IP address.
Yeah,
Simple.
but you only need a piece of software straight. You only need a piece of software straight from GitHub. Yeah, straight on Linux, and you can get the original ID of the VPN.
Yeah, okay. So, right, you know that with your laptop, yeah, it stores incoming traffic and outgoing traffic, right? Anything backs and forwards is stored. So if you've got somebody who's trying to hack into your system, that person's IP address and everything, that person's information, all of it, because he's trying to get into your system, it's all stored onto your system. A lot of hackers don't realize that. Is because it's a two-way street. If a hacker tries to get into you, all you go is, oh, right. If you know what you're doing, you can find that person's IP address. And you hack them back. If that's the case. Or you just report it to the police and the hacker gets arrested and that's the end of their job.
Well, there's a guy on YouTube. He does videos. I haven't seen him for a while now, but he did videos of, like you said, hacking hackers. So like he spied into their software while they were trying to sort of
2018,
hack in.
I know.
Hackers hacking hackers, Mr.
Yeah, that's it. Hackers hacking hackers. That's it. You know, I mean, myself personally, if I thought that I was being hacked, easiest thing to do is to go to either your local law enforcement or go to your legal representatives and just say, right, I believe I'm being hacked. Track the fucker, and then we'll take that fucker to court. Simple as, because they will be able to track the person down. Because it's a two-way street, you know.
Yeah,
so when hackers talk about it, unless they're using a device or they're using a VPN, then yeah. Now, when it comes down to the legal aspect of it, yeah, when it comes down to the United Kingdom, what happens is, I can't speak for America, but what happens is that I like NordVPN for two reasons. Yeah, one is it hides my IP address, but two, they actually store any of my traffic, which I'm doing in and out, right? And what that does is that they keep it for a certain amount of time. So they are actually tracking you themselves. So if you're doing like terrorist information and what have you, they notify the authorities. If you're into pedophilia websites, they will notify the authority. So they're always watching to pick up on certain words and what's going on themselves. That's why I like NordVPN, because they're not allowing anybody to think that I've got a VPN, so I can talk.
You're right. You're 100% right in what you're saying. Like that's the right way to go. But is that then privacy though? Does that then cross the
because you
boundary of
signed the
privacy?
agreement. That's what I mean. I signed the agreement with them, knowing the fact that they are going to store it for 24 hours. They're going to keep an eye on what my activity. So it's all set in the program. Yeah, where they pick up on certain words. Certain words. So they're keeping track of all this information. If they get wind of it, of these certain trigger words, they will notify the police. Now, if the police have suspicions, they have to go to the company, NordVPN, turn around and say, we have suspicions, and they have to give good enough reason for their suspicions to actually get into that traffic themselves.
But Nord would collect the data, and if there was, say, terrorist activity, they wouldn't inform the police.
They would inform the police, of course.
Oh,
you know,
they would. Right.
it's a company that, although people may think that, oh, if I get a VPN, I can do what the fuck I like. Now, if you go with a good VPN supplier, they are going to track you they hold it for about 24 hours. So if they find something, they'll get in touch with, notify the authorities, wherever it may be, and say, right, this person is doing this sort of activity. We are informing you. We are storing all the information, and we will give you all the information. And if you want to get into our system to track longer, then you have got, by all means, to do it. If the police, the authorities, get in touch with them and say, can we, they have to give good reason why they want to get all that person's information. They just can't go there and go, I want it. You know what I mean? They have to have good reason.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But yeah, go with a good company. I've always gone with Nord, IP Vanish. Some people go with Surfshark is supposed to be a good one as well. But yeah, but the main thing is when you've installed the VPN, don't think that it will do the job, but it's always best because they do give you that add-on which you can put onto your browser, and then you can choose anywhere in the world where you may be, and it's a simple test. Just go into Google, turn your VPNs off in the browser and in your and the installed one onto your laptop or PC, whatever you have. Phone, exactly the same. Switch it off, type in your IP address, and it'll come up with your real IP address. Once you switched it all on, go into your phone or whatever device you have, type in your IP address, and you'll get a completely different IP address. And it'll be allocated to where you've decided you want your IP address to go to as well. So if I'm running my VPN at the moment through America, it'll come up with an American IP address. It wouldn't come up with an English one or French one, German one. It'll come up with an American one. A lot of people
choose where you want to go.
Right. I just answer Beyonce.
Yeah.
Cure 53 Beyonce. Cure 53 pen tested Surfshark, and Surfshark was using unprotected HTTPS. Yeah, and they got through Surfshark via that way. They got through Surfshark through quite a few vulnerabilities. I can pull up a video about Nord VPNs and why they're not safe.
But that's 2018. Like that's what I mean. In the past, then yes, when they were sort of like pushing out now they've come a long way.
I can pull up pen testers videos on YouTube right now. Yeah, that tell you why you're wasting money with VPNs.
Yeah, and there'll be a whole load of people more likely to tell you that it's worthwhile having a VPN.
Better than not having one.
So, yeah. So for every one that you've got, I'm more likely to be able to find 3 saying yes, it is a good idea. And they'll even endorse it. And if they're endorsing something, then they can be held liable as well. These YouTube channels, because they're endorsing it. If it's not doing what they say it will do, won't they? Because they're liable. They signed up to get money from the company themselves because they are endorsing the product. It's like any endorsement, isn't it? So I don't think that these YouTube channel people who are actually earning money from these companies are actually going to sit there, although these are tech people as well, and they're going to go, yeah, I'm going to sign up to this agreement, knowing that if I'm wrong, then people can, because I'm liable.
Yeah.
So why would these YouTube channels, which are being endorsed from VPN, take that risk?
Well, I would probably say a few of them would promote things that they don't really know what they're promoting. Do you know what I mean? It's just a money making opportunity for the bigger YouTubers, yeah. But I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
some
it.
don't look into
People,
the product.
yeah, people with loads and loads of followers, not our silly little channels. We're talking about these people that are, you know, they're telling you about software and all this stuff and plugging out products, you know, for certain companies, you know what I mean? Plus with VPNs, and they're always turn around and say, all this, you know, if you get this VPN through me, because the person is endorsing it themselves,
So,
although they're not actually part of the company, they're saying if
so
you use
why
this
didn't
promo code,
why aren't the VPN companies, right? Well, I mean, just one now, 1.5 million views, 65,000, 3.1 million views, right? So why aren't the VPN companies then suing that person that's just had 3.1 million views, yeah, on a 20-minute video, yeah, saying that VPNs are no good?
well, that's up to that person. That person's not being endorsed. You know, everybody's got their own opinion, haven't they? You can have an opinion, then he's not actually trying to sell you anything, is he? Is he trying to
Beyonce,
sell something? Is he trying to sell you something else that'll, you know, is he endorsing himself?
what do you mean endorsing himself? No, he's telling you why he doesn't use a VPN
Yeah,
and
that's
why he
what I said.
doesn't subscribe to a VPN.
So he is going through his own opinion and how he sees it, yeah. But these other channels like Tech Doctor, Squiffy, and a whole load of American channels. There's a whole host of channels out there, yeah, that are endorsing VPNs, right? Now they are liable if they are given false information to somebody, and they're actually giving you promo codes to actually go and sign up to this product, right? Then if it's not going to give you what they want, and they use these products themselves, and they more likely know a lot more than us three on the panel about this subject, then they are liable if it doesn't do what they claim it does. You know, because all of them have turned around and said in the past, you know, but they've come well ahead now than what they were earlier in the early stages.
Oh, so it is, man.
Otherwise,
Learn from their
otherwise,
mistakes and
people
grow
like
better.
otherwise companies like Netflix and all these companies which are around the world, yeah, where you can log in by your account, say if you're in the UK, and you can get into Netflix in America, which has more content. You know, they're forever get putting a block on it because people are getting into Netflix now. How much money does Netflix accumulate? I'm just talking about Netflix on its own. On its own.
Fucking
How
shitload.
comes they cannot stop a VPN from working themselves? They track it, they can put a block on it, but a VPN will always find a route around. How can they not just go, we know that you're in the UK, so we know we can block you completely and it'll never happen again. Not even with that multitude of money can they make a VPN not able to do it. How do they do that then, Smiler? Because that's what most people use it for, is because they've signed up into a company for their region and their region only, but they can use for where they are into another country where really you can't do it unless you use a VPN. How comes Netflix can't keep up if it doesn't work?
Why can't they keep up? Because there's too many people using it at the same time.
A multi, how much do they make per year?
But they have been cracking down on it. You know,
Yeah,
it was
but
like the
every
conversation
time,
I was having. I was using a VPN so I could watch RT.
yeah,
Yeah, because the UK banned RT. Yeah, so you use a VPN to watch RT. Yeah,
right,
and then it was getting shut down.
right. And
And what?
I don't know. I thought there's more to that.
No.
All right. So what? You stopped using a VPN then?
Yeah, I stopped using the VPN.
Right. So you was using a VPN and it was working. It was hiding your IP address, like you just turned around and said, but it doesn't work. How did it work?
How did it work?
Yeah.
What do
How
you mean?
did
How
you?
did it work?
Right. Right. You just turned around and said
You
use a
just put
VPN to
yourself
get
in
into
Russia.
RT.
Put
You
yourself in
don't-
Russia, or you put yourself in a country that hasn't banned RT, and you can watch RT. Yeah.
right. Which, yeah, okay, yeah. So the VPN worked then, didn't it? To begin with.
For a certain time. But it's like
Well,
Beyonce
there
said,
you go.
your VPN wasn't borders free, Smiler, if it stopped working for RT. Yeah. So then I started watching RT. I stopped subscribing to the VPN. Then I started watching RT on Telegram, and then Telegram banned RT. But then there was enough video clips being put out of RT anyway, so it didn't really matter. It was a waste of money.
So, like I said, VPN does work because otherwise you wouldn't have been able to do it in the first place. Job done.
But it's easily hackable.
Well, it's not that easily hackable, but there again, though, everything's hackable. The only thing is that when you're going through a VPN company and you're trying to hack through them, because that's what you're looking at, you're actually hacking through the company itself to get through them to get to you. And I'm pretty damn sure if they're successful, then not only the person who's got the tracker's information on their device, the VPN provider has more than likely got the tracker on their devices. So the tracker can always be tracked down and found. Because a VPN is it's like a firewall upon a firewall upon a firewall upon a firewall. You know what I mean? It is for a hacker to get in. That person has to be determined. You know, they need to I don't know, a doxer is a good one. Somebody who wants to put out personal information over something like YouTube or something like that. You know what I mean? So yeah, if they wanted to do that sort of thing, yeah, they could, but they would be tracked down themselves. Because there's only so many ways you could actually be able to track somebody, something like YouTube, is via, I don't know, I throw up a channel. Have they been able to hack me through that way? Have they been able to hack me because of a link that I've pressed on? That's another way they may have hacked me, but there's always going to be a paper trail because everything on my computer, if I've hit a link which somebody has put up, right? It's all trackable. So if somebody tries to do it on my panel and they think, oh, right, I'm going to track it to Ron's IP address, well, I've got all the information to show it can be this person, this person, this person, this person. Let's find out what their IP address and see if it matches. So it's a two-way street when it comes down to hacking. A hacker can always be hacked. If they think that they are not vulnerable, oh yes, they are, by bigger companies like a VPN server. Big companies, they will find you if you've gone through their software. And they've got the money to do it, to find out who's corrupting their software.
I need to do some research into this, have a look into it and see what the crack is.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Just browse around. Obviously, you're going to have negative. There's always going to be negative and positive. You know, like Smiley said, he's seen a video. I've seen videos as well. I'm not going to deny it, that where people have turned around and said that VPNs are no good and what have you, but you can find more which are saying they do work and they're very good. So you just sort of go, right, 2 out of 3, if 2 people are saying they are good to use and one person is saying they're not good to use, then who do you go with?
Well, the one person always
Yeah.
go with a negative.
Yeah, the person who's given the negative, you don't go with that person. You go with the 2 people that are saying it's a good thing, it does work.
I don't know, I'm quite cynical, so if one person said it didn't work, I'll probably listen to them. It's the same kind of scenario.
Really?
It's like, yeah, it's the same kind of scenario, though, as if 100 people tell you you're beautiful and one person tells you you're ugly, you believe the one person.
No. Why?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, but that person may be just bitter because, you know, I don't know. They're just that sort of person.
Yeah, I don't know. It's mindset.
This is 2 months ago. This is.
Yeah.
The intelligence agencies and the cyber criminals and anybody else who wants your information. One of the misconceptions that we see perpetuated throughout the cybersecurity community is that VPNs are going to make you safe. And now there's at least 2 types of VPNs. There's a corporate VPN and a consumer VPN. So let's separate those, right? And the truth of the matter is neither one of them will do what they're supposed to do. And the most important thing that I want to convey to the public is that your trust in the VPNs is misplaced. So you need to be careful whether using a consumer VPN or corporate
It's
VPN.
an AI voice.
One of the things that we have...
No, he's not AI. He hides his identity because he's a...
It sounds AI to me, so it could be that the guy who's trying to push this video to get views, he may be somebody that's done an AI voice to push his views up to gain revenue himself. People do that on YouTube.
No, it's David Bombay. It's David Bombay, an ethical hacker, and this is a hacker. Yeah.
Right, I'm going to jump off and listen in the background, but nice chatting to you anyway, guys.
I only jumped up.
Mr. Nice.
Appreciate it, man. Cheers, guys.
Okay, then, Mr. Nice. I only jumped up to talk about the VPN.
Yeah, no, that's cool, mate. That's cool. I'll be listening now. I'm just a bit tired.
In 2024 is an incredible number of vulnerabilities found against VPNs.
You take care of yourself.
And probably the worst of these is from Fortinet. It's just been terrible. Their security firewalls and their VPNs are really attacks that even a script kiddie could do. A script kiddie is basically somebody who doesn't have a whole lot of skills as a hacker. Now, you and I had talked about the hack against the Viasat satellite system, and that was basically an attack against the Fortinet, once again, the Fortinet VPN in Italy that was protecting the control panel for the satellite system. So Russia hacked the Fortinet VPN using a directory traversal. right? A simple directory traversal into that VPN. In the directory traversal, they found a plain text, okay, not encrypted, a plain text username and password. So then they were able to log in those and took control of the control panel for the satellite system. But that would be, would be bad enough. But if you can look at my screen right here, let's look at the security vulnerabilities from Fortinet in 2024. And you can see that these are, here's one right here. Okay, this is a 9.8, which is about as bad as you can get. Right? It's an alternate path or channel vulnerability to Fort iOS 7, right? And their proxies. Allows a remote attacker to gain super admin privileges via crafted, requested, and Node.js WebSocket module. A relatively simple attack, and you can gain admin privileges. Right? And you can see some of the others here. Right? And here's another one at 9, weak authentication. Right? So, this is allows the attacker to execute unauthorized code or commands via brute force attack. And this is just, 2024. Here's another one, missing authentication for Fortinet Manager. I don't know, and I know I'm gonna get myself in trouble by saying this, but I don't know how these guys stay in business, right? I mean, they're basically, they're leaving the door open, okay? They're leaving the door open to anybody with even a modest level of skills can get into your Fortinet VPN. I mean, it would be nice if I could just say, well, it's just Fortinet, but it's not.
Yeah.
Right?
No.
There's, we have similar vulnerabilities appearing in Checkpoint, okay, in Palo Alto, right? So we've got, it covers the whole gamut. And so I think what's happened is that the VPN companies, like a lot of cybersecurity
catch you in a bit,
companies,
Mr. Knight.
they advocate for being secure, but they don't take the time to make their own applications secure. So what we're finding is that these VPNs are vulnerable to attacks that you would have seen 10 or 15 years ago against, say, a web server, right? Like, a directory traversal. You're not going to find many websites in 2025 that are vulnerable to a directory traversal, but the Fortinet VPN is. And so so they just haven't done the work of bringing these things up to the security posture that we expect in 2025. And as a result, they are really easily hackable, right? And then, of course, if somebody can hack the VPN, then they can decrypt all the information and see everything that's passing into and out of the internal corporate network. Right? And so this is something that has been going on for some time now. And if they can get the credentials, then they can just take control of the VPN and do whatever they want. So this is a serious issue. It's been around for a while, but I think it's only coming to light in the last year or so. We did an article on Hackers Arise on the major vulnerabilities on VPN. So you can see that. It's the name of the article on Hackers Arise is "So you thought your VPN was keeping you safe and secure?" And the answer is obviously you thought it was, but it's not. And we show you some of the major vulnerabilities. We're also putting together a class. We hope to run it by mid-2025 on VPN hacking. We're still putting that class together, so I can't give you a definitive date yet, but it'll probably be later in 2025. Right? So this is a serious issue for corporations or for national security institutions that are using these VPNs to communicate, to keep their people safe, keep their data safe, and it's failing. They are failing. All right.
OTW, this is crazy because these are the devices that are on the edge of companies' networks, they're internet facing, and they're supposed to protect organizations. But I mean, this is terrible.
Oh, it's terrible. I mean, it's one of the things that we're seeing. One of the most important vulnerabilities that we have seen in 2024 are now in 2025.
I don't think in this video he does mention known VPNs in it. He's already mentioned known VPNs in it, but it's like Surfshark. Surfshark, is owned by Nord Security, and Nord Security runs NordVPN. Now, even though NordVPN and Surfshark trade individually of each other, it's still all Nord Security, So Nord Security is the developer of NordVPN, but it also runs Surfshark, even though they're separate. Even though they Surfshark hasn't reported any data breaches or hacks, but it's got its vulnerabilities, and they've cracked the vulnerabilities, and they've reported back to Surfshark with the vulnerabilities. Um, yeah, they're the reported ones, though, Beyonce. Are they going to report them? I don't think so. Just think if they reported them, even though somebody's pen tested them for them, yeah. Just think if they reported the breaches, yeah, how many people would stop paying that monthly premium of having that VPN? Yeah, exactly. I mean, loads of videos out there. There's videos out there why you should use NordVPN. It just moves you, Peggy, from one IP address to a different IP address. Ron. Basically, if you turn the computer on, you connect it to the internet, it doesn't matter what you're using, you can still be traced. It's raining here today, Beyonce. It's stopped raining now. It's been raining most of the day here. But woo! Well, that was a bloody silly thing to do, wasn't it? Well, that was a bloody silly thing to do, wasn't it? Oh, why has I suddenly got a speaker working? That was a bloody silly thing to do, wasn't it? I went and made a cup of coffee as well. Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, that was a bloody silly thing to do, wasn't it?
It was, wasn't it?
Alright.
Yeah. It's because the tower's right in front of my feet. And it's got a massive, great big reset button the size of a bloody old 10-pence piece in the middle of it.
Yeah.
And I felt it go click under my toe, and it was like, oh no.
No, I can't keep it on all night. It'll annoy him.
Well, I've been looking at the is it a B750 motherboard, and oh, what the fucking hell was it? I have to open up my fucking eBay.
Right, Ron.
My eBay.
Your eBay. Going on eBay, are you?
eBay. Yeah. Recently viewed. There we go. My foot is literally right in front. Gigabyte Z790 DDR5 ATX motherboard, 14th gen. Well, you got a Z790, you got the B760, recently viewed. You got the AS Rock 790 Lightning with Wi-Fi. We got the Intel Z790, but they're all Intel chips. Yeah, go AMD. Yeah, but which motherboard, like 14 gen motherboard, is on AMD? Because didn't the B650, is that a B650? Wasn't that an AMD chip? I can't remember. AM4, AM5. Yeah, the Gigabit B650, in that on an AMD chipset. That's AM5. Yeah, that's AM5 chipset. Because that'll take the new 9 XD or something. You got the Aorus or whatever it is, and you've got the Gigabit 650, which is AM5, which is DDR5 RAM. Yeah, AM5, yeah. So what's Ryzen 5 9600X? 6 cores. You've got a Ryzen 7, which is 8 cores. Right, so like gaming, you've got gaming and you've got editing. So on Intel chipsets, if you have a K, then it's good for editing. So obviously I don't game. So on Ryzen chipsets, K just means unlocked. Oh, what the fucking hell was it? Is it F then? Is it?
Yeah,
It's a
K means
letter.
you,
Yeah, go on.
K means you can overclock it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want a productivity CPU then? Yeah, what's one of them then? Explain that one. Yeah. But it's like it's like what the fuck? Right. Right, where's the fucking I don't play my music. Right. if you want gaming and want to start on 700 series of AMD, what the fuck else my phone doing? 700 of AMD, you would get 800 times 3D. If you want productivity, you would get the Ryzen 9 7950X. Right. So my mate, can you do editing on your mobile phone? Yeah, but fucking screen's some tiny, innit? I wouldn't like sit there for fucking 8 years. Alright for doing a quick video, but not a proper video. So my mate, who's a DJ, who runs all the DJ equipment through and edits. So she runs all the decks through a stream deck through the computer. And she runs an old system, I think it's an old system, it's it's an old motherboard, isn't it? She runs a AMD Ryzen 9 3900X 12 core and on a X570 Aorus Ultra 64 gigabyte of RAM on a Asus ROG Strix RTX 2080. No, because gaming laptops run fucking set up differently to streaming, and yeah, that DJ software isn't really power hungry with today's CPUs. Right, okay. But she'll do editing on that and has no problem at all editing. Were you in about? Hello?
Here I am.
Hello?
What's this? The tech hour then, is it?
Yeah, incorrect smart. I have two gaming laptops and I will do everything. It's 16 cores, 32 threads, boost to 5.4 gig, and other will just be as good as gaming and editing when your software is GPU bound. Okay. Yeah. And like Adobe, I think Adobe is Adobe Illustrator or Adobe Pro. I think that's GPU bound, isn't it? And that 1080 that I've got in my laptop, it can't cope with it. It's on the lowest levels. Yeah. So I got a 2080 sat here. I got a Rotax 2080 sat CPU bound. Oh, okay. Well, the CPU in that one there is only the fucking i5 in it. In that laptop that I got, it's only i5. It absolutely smashes Adobe Illustrator, smashes the CAD cutting, smashes DTF and everything else I wanted to do. But as for like live streaming and editing and making fucking videos, it can't cope with doing that. So it's a case of the Z170 Pro gaming motherboard and everything else I've got. That's gonna be the fucking. I think that's gonna be throttled as well. So I started looking into the AMD stuff. And I mean, I got a 2080 there with Rotax 2080. I think it was Rotax. Zotac, sorry. Zotac, not Rotax. Zotac. So I got a Zotac 2080. Push the limit. Right. Yesterday I found out that it's SSD and it's SSD and fucking yeah, sorry, right, yeah, so it's only got fucking 128 gig SSD, which is one of those funny little sticks, and then the 1 terabyte drive. That's an old SATA drive stuck in it. So it's fucking slower than piss poor trying to do shit on it. And like I've been downloading everything into the fucking D drive thinking that was the fucking 120 is like only exactly. Yeah, it's 38 gigabytes, just put Windows 11 in it. You know, without the rest of the software that I fucking run. Well, the SATA drive is slower than fuck. Well, I've been putting all the software on the fucking D drive, which yesterday I found that when I went through it all, looking at drives and everything else, it was like, oh well, fuck me, it's an old-fashioned fucking wind-up drive. No wonder it's so fucking slow. But that laptop isn't fucking upgradable. But the Asus Pro Gaming that'll only run an i7 6th gen Intel. It'll run 64 gigabyte of RAM and it's got NVMe M.2 NVMe drive slots on it. But if I put that together, isn't it better off just to go for the fucking AMD stuff? I mean, surely spending the money on the AMD stuff is going to be better than an i7. Oh, Well, like, catch the fucking writing. Well, no wonder I can't read it. It's fucking upside down. Yeah. So ain't I better off? Ain't I better off going for the AMD stuff instead of building this fucking i7 600K? Or will the i7 600K cope with what I'm doing? I don't know. Right on. There's the answer that I required. So, and it's worth buying the DDR5 RAM, isn't it? Oh, for the motherboard and everything that I got down there ready to put together, that was that all that Z170 Pro Gaming, the Asus board, the highest Intel it'll take was a 6700. But if you go AM5 in my PC, my DDR run at 72,000 megahertz. My laptop runs at 6,000 megahertz. Or DDR4 average is 3,200. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But it's like that laptop, that motherboard down there. I mean, that's on fucking. I think that's so dim 3,200. I think that is on when you put 4 sticks in it. I'd chuck all that the fuck together and then put it on eBay and sell it. Be so much easier, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's what I was looking at, Beyonce. I was looking at the prices, and I was looking at the fucking other prices, and I'm thinking, fucking hell. And then, obviously, watched a few videos. And, like, 2025, and they're still using the B650, did I say? Or B6, yeah, B650 motherboard. I think the other day they put in the B650, they put the fucking 900 XD3, was it? Is it XD3? I can't remember what it was. XD something. I think it's the newest chipset, isn't it? And they were 3D rendering in it, no problem at all. Mm. Yeah, what you call a decent budget? I mean, you can pick a CPU up. What did you say? CMP 7600. You can pick up a fucking 7600. Whatever you do, don't buy an Nvidia 5000 series. They're wank. Oh, you bought a 5000, did you? Did it melt the fucking cables or melt the socket? They got socket problems, don't they? But because they brought out that 5000 series, all the fucking 40 series are going like quite cheap now, aren't they? Or 4000 series, 4060s or whatever they are. Forty seventy Ti, yeah. Creaky chair. There's a 4070 Ti at the moment. 583 quid. Buy it now. I paid fucking half that money for a fucking 2080. But then if they're CPU and not GPU, then I expect the 2080 would be perfectly fine for me if I'm not gaming, wouldn't it? Yeah, there's some at 500, and there's quite a lot at 700 at the moment on eBay. Michael's saying, just walk into a shop, put your arm around the computer, hand over the dollar, and walk out with it.
Funnily enough, I was just looking at that. There isn't really an awful lot out there to choose from that's pre-built.
No, I know.
Because we've lost all the competition, really, haven't we? Because it's only Argos and bloody Currys and all.
Yeah.
Unless you go to somewhere, I don't know where, what's the name of the bloody place? Mesh
Well, you
used
go
to
to,
do them, didn't they?
you go to Overclockers, but Overclockers, I think you pay a premium with buying stuff off Overclockers.
Yeah.
I think you look at the price of Overclockers, and then you look at the price of Amazon.
Yeah.
And fucking Amazon, you can buy off Amazon cheaper than you can off fucking Overclockers.
Yeah. Oh, Christ, I can't think of the name of the place my brother used to go to.
You've got Overclockers, and all this fucking week, I've had fucking my phone. Oh, what's the other fucking computer company that you can buy all the peripherals off it? You've got Overclockers, and you've got someone else. I can't think what they're called.
PC Specialist.
Specialist, that's it.
Yeah.
Even my fucking Twitter feed is all coming up with PC Specialist fucking adverts.
Yeah.
My mobile phone's coming up with it. And fucking Twitter's coming up with it.
Yeah.
If I'm not logged into, if I'm on Smiler 2 account.
Yeah.
Because that's separate to my Smiler 1 account. Because my Smiler 1 account's on premium.
Mm-hmm.
And my Smiler 2 account, they keep telling me to get premium. So on Smiler 2, on this account, I get fucking adverts.
Yeah, weird, isn't it?
But like all the fucking adverts is basically everything I've been looking at all last week.
Yeah.
And all the week before looking at computer stuff. You know? Like I thought there was a couple of computers on what's it called for sale.
Yeah.
But then you look at them. I mean, one was 780 quid. One was 999 quid. Was it 950 quid? I think it was.
Yeah.
£25 and £25 delivery.
Yeah.
And I just looked at it and I just thought, well, I can buy a tower, I can buy a fucking power pack, I can buy 64 gigabytes of RAM.
Yeah.
Cheaper. I keep talking about car tools by the wife's phone. She keeps getting all the adverts for tools. But I can buy all the components cheaper than buying something that somebody's been gaming with for the last 2 years. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Or 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, even down to fucking, what was it? AOU or AIU fucking cooler or whatever it's called. Yeah, I saw that. You have to AIO, that's it. AIO, yeah. It's like 3 fans, a radiator, the pipe and the fucking cooler all in one. Just bolt it in. Because at the moment I got a Hyper 212 Evo. For that other fucking build. They only last about 3 years. I'll be dead in 3 years, Beyonce. All this stress over building a fucking stupid computer. So if I spend £1,000 on a fucking computer, and then in a week's time it fucking goes boom dead, it was a waste of money, isn't it? Because you got no warranty. Whereas at least if I buy all the components, and then at least I've got a fucking warranty, haven't I? For £1,000, I could build you a fast PC that won't die in a week. Well, that's what I was looking at, Beyonce. Yeah, it's like 975 quid delivered, but the computer's 5 years old. For £1,000, you could get a mad fast PC if you are sticking with the 2080 GPU. Yeah. But then I could build that other fucking computer, that other motherboard. I could build everything up, put all that together, and fucking sell all that, couldn't I? And just buy a fucking a 3000 series or a 4000 series with the AMD and AM5. But then, you look at it, it's like really stupid. You look at the 2080, then you look at the fucking 3040 or the 3060 or whatever, and like there's hardly any difference between them. The only difference is the fucking pound notes that they cost.
Yeah, you got a point. If you're not doing the gaming and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, for the first time in about a year and a half, I logged into my fucking Steam account yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I logged into my Steam yesterday for the first time in fucking. It got to be a year and a half. I haven't even logged into Steam. I put SnowRunner on the laptop. I put Apex Legends on the laptop, but I haven't played them yet. Yeah, I know, it's well confusing. It's like when somebody else spent fucking £4,000 on a gaming, and they had nothing but problems trying to stream and edit. And they spent £4,000 on Amazon buying a gaming PC, and they had nothing but hassle trying to edit and trying to stream. But run the rig, he could sit in his driving rig all fucking day long and not have a problem. Yeah, it was he worked out it, or it worked out in the end. It was some sort of cable management. The cable management was fucking wrong or something or other. No, it was throttling itself, Beyonce, but it seemed to be throttling itself, but it wasn't heat. And then it would just shut itself down. But he could sit in a gaming rig all fucking day long, driving games. I can't remember now. He did sort it. But like I say, he could sit in his gaming rig all day long, fucking driving, and not have any problems whatsoever. But as soon as he come to edit a video, computer says no. So that laptop goes, And I've been putting all the programs on the D drive. What speed did we say that D drive was yesterday? I can't remember. Fucking SATA, wasn't it?
5400 or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, 5,400 was it? And it's slower than, or was it 3,400? I can't remember.
No, it's 5 something, I'm sure it was.
Was it? I can fucking just click on it, can't I? SSD RAID. That's 128 gigabyte. D drive. HDD RAID. Where's the fucking number again? Toshiba MQ4AB. Yeah, that was it. Hello, Tosh. Got Toshiba. Right on. Catch you later. Yeah, that's it. Fucking useless. Slower than fuck. Like a cook a roast dinner. Cook a roast dinner before it's finished, before it's downloaded something or uploaded something. Lazy. Save me all this aggro of having two mouses, wouldn't it? Oh, look, fucking hell. Gypsy Davy fucker, he's gone live.
Yeah, no, he.
Yeah. Should we fuck off and go and see Gypsy?
Little bugger, isn't he?
Mm. Yeah, but a lot of people don't get notification from this channel, do they?
Oh, that's true.
He was on here this morning.
Yeah.
Tonight, especially when we're...
Oh, so we have.
Go over and say hello to that bugger.
Yeah, close it, shall we?
Yeah.
All right, fella.
Right on. I'll see you over there.
See you in a bit.
Right, people. See you all over there. Gypsy Dave.